Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the July 14th Board of Commissioners meeting. I am your presiding officer and District 4 Commissioner, Shakira Johnson, and this is our last meeting before our recess. We will not meet again until August 11th. Amen. A little housekeeping, since we are a little full. If we have run out of agendas, there is a QR code outside the door that you can scan and see the agenda on your phone. We will go right into our inspirational speaker, Ms. Norma Stanley. If you want to start making your way up to this front podium. There she is. Good morning. It is my honor to introduce today's inspirational speaker, Ms. Norma Stanley. Ms. Stanley is an award-winning disability community advocate and the president and CEO of EEE Marketing Group. She is a respected speaker, author, singer, and diversity and inclusion public relations consultant, whose work has touched communities across the nation and around the world. As a mother of an adult daughter with cerebral palsy, Ms. Stanley has turned personal experience into powerful advocacy. Her mission is to serve as an international change agent for the disability community and to improve the quality of life for families of children with special needs through education, inspiration, media, music, and strategic communication, She is widely recognized for her expertise in diversity and inclusion, particularly in advancing awareness and opportunity for the disability community, an often underserved but deeply important population. Through her leadership and voice, she educates, enlightens, and empowers others to build more inclusive communities. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Norma Stanley. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. I'd like to begin with a question. Have you ever had your entire life changed in a single moment? Yep. Yeah, a lot of us have. And for me, that moment happened about 40 years ago. And it wasn't the fact that I had won communications awards or had received awards for, various things that I've done. It wasn't the fact that I was a journalist or a speaker or communication strategist. It was when my daughter came into my life. And she was born with cerebral palsy and has both intellectual and physical disabilities. And what happened was the doctors didn't hand me a roadmap. What they handed me was uncertainty. They handed me questions. They handed me fear. And a future that I had no idea was ahead of me. What I didn't know then was that my greatest teacher was going to be my daughter. She didn't have words. She's nonverbal primarily. And she wasn't going to be able to write books, and she wasn't going to be able to stand behind a podium like I'm doing today, or be fully independent. I am her caregiver, and she's almost 40 years old. Yet every single day, Sierra has taught me what courage and resilience looks like. She's taught me patience, she's taught me resilience, she's taught me how to see people differently, how to see people for who they are. And she taught me that disability wasn't something that happened to other people. It happens to all of us. Today, I know something different. Disability is not about them, it's about us. Because disability is not only the largest minority population in the country. I don't know how many of you know that 52% of this nation's population are people with disabilities, 28% with the individual, and another 28% of the people who are emotionally attached to them, like a parent or caregiver. It's a huge population that is mostly overlooked. So when you include people like myself who are emotionally connected to my daughter, and understand that the disability community is the only minority population that anyone can join at any time, you understand that it takes just one diagnosis, one accident, one illness, one birthday, one military deployment, one unexpected moment, and life can change. And that realization changes everything, because disability can touch us all, and it mostly has. The likelihood is that it has touched all of us. But accessibility isn't about disability. Accessibility is about humanity. This month we celebrate Disability Pride Month, and we honor the 36th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. 36 years ago, it was signed on July 26th, and America made a promise that people with disabilities deserved equal opportunity, equal access, equal equity. And the ADA changed in history. But history reminds us something very important, that passing a law doesn't automatically change hearts. It doesn't automatically change systems. It certainly doesn't automatically remove barriers. People do. Visionary leaders do. Communities do. Parents do. Advocates do. And partnerships do. And that's especially why I am grateful to be standing here with you guys today and sharing this information. I want to commend CEO Cochran, who's not here today, but I want to commend her and Commissioner Ladina Bolton and every member of the board for your potential and hopefully very soon ADA leadership. And I want to commend the county for doing what it has done to update your website and improving accessibility for DeKalb County's people who need the accessibility of that website. That might not seem like a big deal for some. Some people might think, why even bother? But it's very, very important, because it's important for someone who is using a screen reader or who needs the independence, or somebody who has low vision, and it's also important for opportunity. It's important for a parent trying to access county services for their child with disabilities. It says, we thought about you beforehand, before you arrived. Think about that. The highest form of inclusion isn't accommodating someone after they struggle, it's designing communities where they don't have to struggle in the first place. That's what accessibility really is. It is love and compassion made visible. And when government embraces accessibility, it tells every resident, you belong here, you are welcome here, and we are here for you. As board chair of Showability, a nonprofit created to identify, showcase, and offer paid opportunities for talented artists with disabilities, I've had the privilege of watching artists with disabilities step onto stages where many people never expected to see them. I've watched the audiences cry, stand, applaud, and marvel, not because they felt sorry for someone, but because they recognized the extraordinary talent that they had, and they had simply not seen or given the opportunity to experience before. And I've also seen the artists so proud of the opportunity they got to be able to perform and show their talent in these spaces that we've been able to help to open up for them. So today I want to leave us all with one simple challenge. I want to say that This is the kinds of things that inclusion does. Because what we recognize is that the extraordinary talent that they have simply was always there, but they never got a chance to share it. So what inclusion does, and what it says, is that it doesn't lower standards, it removes barriers. And when barriers comes down, potential rises, innovation rises, communities rise, and today I want to leave us all, again, with this simple challenge. Let's stop asking how we can help people with disabilities. Instead, we need to ask what becomes possible when people with disabilities help us build the future together. Imagine emergency preparedness plans and disability advocates at the table. Imagine what accessible transportation would look like, transportation services would look like, or housing, economic development, the arts, parks, public meetings, homes, technology, education. When every major decision is informed by the lived experience of the very people who navigate accessibility every single day, that is not charity, that's smart leadership. The disability community doesn't want a seat at the children's table, we want a seat at the planning table. Because our lived experiences don't just solve disability problems, they help solve community problems. My daughter Sierra has never viewed herself as broken, because I certainly didn't. But unfortunately, the world did, and so changing that had become my life's mission. Simply stated, what I wanted for Sierra and for others like her is what every human being wants: to be seen, to be valued, to belong, and to live the best quality of life possible. That's why at EEE Marketing Group, I created projects and products like the Disability Parenting at Sea Conference and Cruise, which is going to be happening next May, or the Navigating Hope, Love, and Life parenting course. That's something that's going to help new parents, new to the journey, get to be able to understand what's in front of them and help them to navigate it easily. That's going to be launched this year too. So perhaps it's best, and it's about celebrating what becomes possible when an entire community decides that everyone belongs and everyone is welcome. 36 years after the ADA was signed, our work continues. But I'm optimistic because I see leaders in this room. I see advocates in this room. I see parents. I see professionals. I see neighbors. I see partners. I see constituents. And when people come together with purpose, with compassion, and yes, with love, communities change. So let us continue building DeKalb County where accessibility is expected, where inclusion is intentional, where every voice matters, where every child and adult, like my Sierra, can know they were never an afterthought. They were always part of the plan, because accessibility isn't about disability. It's about humanity. And every community is measured not by how it treats its most powerful citizens, but how intentionally it includes those voices that are too often overlooked. And as a 40-year resident of DeKalb County, I look forward to doing what I can to assist you in becoming the government and accessible government that you are moving towards in that direction. So we thank you for all that you do, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley. If you'll hang out till after our proclamations, I'd love to give you a pin.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So now we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Nicole Messiah, and then we'll head to the floor for the presentations and proclamations.
Oh, yeah, we got the back up. Which, you're first?
Yeah, that's ours.
Yes. Two, first one. It's two. Okay. Yeah, this.
Because yours was, yeah, this is okay. Good morning, everybody. We are going to provide a proclamation on behalf of Madam CEO, who could not be with us this morning, and I will hand it over to my Deputy Presiding Officer, Commissioner Ledina Bolton.
Thank you, Madam PO, and good morning to everyone. And this is such an honor because not just myself, but many of my colleagues over the past year or two have been working with a plethora of organizations to support our communities with other abilities. I know recently we've worked with Horizon Over the Spectrum, of course, Showability, an amazing organization with great dancers. But I did want to make sure that we acknowledge those who are in the room. So as I read these remarks, if you are a part of an organization or have a family member where you take care of or support those with other abilities or disabilities, please feel free to come forward and join us. And we do want to acknowledge Ms. Myrna Clayton and especially Ms. Norma as well, if you want to come back up and join us. But on behalf of our CEO, Lorraine Cochran Johnson, I want to greet you guys again with a great morning. Today, DeKalb County proudly celebrates Disability Pride Month and the 36th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The signing of this landmark civil rights law guarantees full participation and equal opportunity, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency for individuals with disabilities. Our county, DeKalb County, is strengthened every day by residents with disabilities whose insights, contributions, and leadership enrich our civic, cultural, and community life. Together, we remain dedicated to building a future in which the rights, the dignity, good morning, the rights, the dignity, and leadership of people with disabilities are honored and uplifted across DeKalb County. We, on behalf of our CEO and the administration, want to extend a sincere thank you to the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners for your steadfast leadership and commitment to accessibility and inclusion. Our continued support ensures our progress remains strong and meaningful. We are also very fortunate to be supported by outstanding community organizations that advance accessibility, independence, and inclusion for residents with other abilities. We have today, we acknowledge Showability, again, I mentioned them a little bit earlier, Disability Link, FODAC, SASE, Another Chance Empowerment Foundation, some others like Peter and Paul's Place, who we've been working with for many, many years, and DNA Skills for Life, if there's anyone in the room from that organization as well. And the many partners and organizations dedicated to advocacy, empowerment, art access, equipment support, and community building throughout our entire county. Their civic work is critical to fulfilling the ADA's call to ensure that all residents can fully participate in civic life. Today, we're happy to present this proclamation to Ms. Myrna Clayton, founder and executive director of Showability. Ms. Clayton, an Alabama-born, Atlanta-raised jazz vocalist, cultural diplomat, entrepreneur, and humanitarian, has dedicated her life to bridging music, advocacy, and human rights. Through Showability, she has expanded opportunities for disabled performing artists and strengthened inclusion across arts, culture, and entertainment. Her leadership continues to uplift communities and champion representation at every level. So we proudly proclaim July 2026 as a Disability Pride Month and commemorate the 36th anniversary of the ADA. We also extend our deepest appreciation to all partner organizations in the disability community whose transformative work ensures that every resident is seen, is valued, and supported in reaching their fullest potential. And at this time, can we please have our clerk read the proclamation on behalf of the Month for Disability Pride Appreciation?
Whereas DeKalb County, Georgia is home to a vibrant community of individuals with disabilities whose strengths, contributions, and experiences enrich our civic, cultural, and economic life, forming an essential part of the fabric of our community. And whereas July 26, 2026 marks the 36th anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act, a landmark civil rights law guaranteeing individuals with disabilities the right to full participation, equal opportunity, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. And whereas the ARC of the United States is the nation's leading nonprofit advocating for and supporting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families. Since 1950, the ARC has worked to promote and protect human and civil rights and to support full participation in community life. And whereas Disabilities Pride Month is observed every July to celebrate disability identity and community, commemorate the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and champion everyday life for recognizing the achievements, identities, and advocacy of people with disabilities, while emphasizing the ongoing need to remove barriers and ensure accessibility, equity, and inclusion across all sectors of society. And whereas the ARC National Council of Self-Advocates, a disabled-led national council, has selected the 2026 Disability Pride Month theme, "The World Works Better with Us," to highlight the vital role people with disabilities play in shaping stronger communities. And whereas the disability community represents more than 1.3 trillion in disposable income nationwide, demonstrating the importance of expanding equitable access, public engagement, and inclusive policy design. And whereas local organizations such as Disability Link, FODAC, SASE, Another Chance Empowerment Foundation, and Show Ability play a vital role in advocacy, community awareness, and expanding arts and cultural programming across DeKalb County. And whereas the principles of the Americans with Disabilities Act call not only for compliance, but for proactive leadership that ensures all residents, regardless of ability, can access government services, participate fully in civic life, and experience true belonging within DeKalb County. And whereas in recognition of the significant contributions, talents, and lived experiences of residents with disabilities, DeKalb County reaffirms its solid commitment to advancing full inclusion, accessibility, equity, and opportunity throughout our communities. The county pledges to continue strengthening its programs, expanding supportive services, and removing barriers so that every resident, regardless of ability, can thrive, participate fully in civic life, and experience true belongings. Now, therefore, I, Lorraine Cochran Johnson, the Chief Executive Officer, on behalf of DeKalb County, Georgia, and its nearly 780,000 residents, do hereby recognize July 2026 as Disabilities Pride Month and commemorate the 36th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act in DeKalb County. Proclaimed this 14th day of July 2026.
Wonderful. And we're going to do pictures in just a moment, but just before, we'd like to have either Ms. Clayton or her designee come and speak a few words on behalf of this awareness. Would you like me to hold it?
That would be great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Myrna Clayton, founder and executive director of Show Ability. Our push is that everybody deserves a stage. Our push is for visibility and relatability, for accessibility. In DeKalb County right now, there are nearly 100,000 people with disabilities. If you add one family member to that, that's 200,000 persons connected to the disability community in DeKalb County. For the most case, most of us don't see persons with disabilities because from childhood we've been taught not to point and not to stare. And so they're really not a part of our consideration set. But they are very much so, and we are very much so, persons who need to be reckoned with. We are persons who are a major voting bloc that needs to be considered. We are a group of people who cross every demographic category, whether that be race, socioeconomic level, gender, and nationality. And so for us, we really appreciate DeKalb County acknowledging the significance of the disability community, acknowledging the significance of this human population of people who are vibrant, dynamic. Our organization supports talented persons across the disability community in career readiness and artist development. We have casting agents contacting us looking for actors, artists with disabilities for film, for theater, across the country. Why does that happen? Because they can't find them in the normal channels. And so for us, we're making an impact not only in Georgia, not only in DeKalb County, but we're making an impact across this country. And so again, the disability community, we want you to be thoughtful of this community because, again, the spending power of this population is $1.3 trillion, larger than the Black and Latino population combined. Thank you.
I hope y'all heard what she said. She said, y'all refer to the community with disabilities, other abilities, but what you forgot is their extraordinary abilities, so get it right. But we're gonna go ahead and take a picture at this time.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning. My name is Commissioner Ted Terry. I'm your Super District 6 Commissioner. Today we are also celebrating another prideful moment, that is Pride for our LGBTQ plus community here in DeKalb County. And so at this time, thank you. And so I just have a couple remarks and we'll read the proclamation, but if I could invite our special guests here this morning to join us up here. But also I would invite anyone in the audience who not only might be a member of the LGBTQ plus community, but is an ally, friend, family, supporter of Pride Month. I would invite y'all to come down right now, please. This is a very important moment for DeKalb and our country, and I want to show that we have DeKalb residents in the community standing with us. And so as they make their way down, and anyone from the public that wants to join us, please do. Every year, DeKalb County honors the anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, a touchstone event in LGBTQ plus history. In 2026, the theme, quote, "For All of Us," draws inspiration from a quote widely attributed to Black trans activist and Stonewall veteran Marsha P. Johnson, who said, quote, "There is no pride for some of us without liberation for all of us." This year's theme reminds us to highlight and center the experiences of even those marginalized voices with the LGBTQIA community, including trans and non-binary individuals. We recognize the innumerable contributions of our LGBTQI community members to our communities, global culture, and their lasting impact on the world. DeKalb County is home to the largest number of LGBTQ plus elected officials in the state of Georgia. We should be proud of that. And we strive to ensure the collective liberation, support inclusion, justice and visibility, and safety for all who visit, live, and work in DeKalb County. All right, great turnout here. Together, we must disavow all hate speech. Let me say that again. Together, we must disavow all hate speech. Especially when it comes from our elected leaders, especially those with tremendous power in Washington, D.C. We must speak out in opposition of any legislation, local, state, or federal, that puts members of our LGBTQI community at risk. Today, I, along with our Board of Commissioners and Madam CEO, we are honored to recognize our LGBTQ plus leaders, employees, and constituents. We celebrate your achievements and stand in solidarity with you as you continue your fight for justice. I want to thank some of the people who have come here today to show their support. We have our organizer, political and cultural strategist, and soon-to-be state rep, Bentley Hudgens. Where's Bentley? Hey, Bentley. All right, there's Bentley. We have Steve Parker, our chair of our LGBTQ plus for the DeKalb Democrats. All right. Hey, Steve. All right. And then I asked all y'all to join us up here. So thank you for being here. So at this time, we'll have Madam Clerk read the proclamation to the record, and we'll have remarks from Ms. Rachel Handler. Thank you.
Whereas LGBTQ plus Pride Month is dedicated as a celebration commemorating the June 1969 Stonewall riots, honors the LGBTQ plus rights movement, the beauty of LGBTQ plus culture, and celebrates the impact of the LGBTQ plus community in the world. And whereas the 2026 For All of Us theme draws inspiration from a quote widely attributed to Black trans activist and Stonewall veteran Marshall P. Johnson, who said, "There is no pride for some of us without liberation for all of us." And whereas DeKalb County is home to the largest number of LGBTQ plus elected officials in the state of Georgia, and as the governing body and community, we stand in unity to embrace each stripe the pride flag represents. And whereas the DeKalb County government is committed to fair treatment of all, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and non-binary individuals who are both residents and visitors, and we continue to make significant gains towards inclusive protection of our LGBTQ plus employees and community. And whereas the DeKalb County government stands firm against hate speech, violence, and harmful legislation towards the LGBTQ plus community, and recognizes the intersectional nature of discrimination and exclusion as we strive to uphold our commitment to and values of fairness and equality for approving anti-discriminatory legislation to protect all residents of and visitors to DeKalb County from discrimination. And whereas DeKalb County seeks to highlight the importance of centering the experiences of marginalized groups within the LGBTQ plus community, including trans and non-binary individuals. Now therefore I, Commissioner Ted Terry, along with the DeKalb County Board of Commissioners on behalf of DeKalb County and its more than 700,000 citizens, do hereby proclaim July 14th, 2026 as DeKalb County Pride Day. We stand together to celebrate and honor the collective liberation, underscore the ongoing fight for equality and safety, and support inclusion, justice, and visibility for the entire LGBTQ plus community. Be it further resolved that all residents, schools, businesses, and community organizations are encouraged to promote inclusion, as pride is incomplete unless every member of the community is both represented and supported. Actively support all members of the LGBTQ plus community, dissolve all hate speech, and speak out in opposition of any legislation that puts members of our LGBTQ community at risk of discrimination in all forms. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the seal of DeKalb County, Georgia, to be affixed this 14th day of July, 2026.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Terry, and thank you to the entire Board of Commissioners for issuing this proclamation today and for having me here. My name is Rachel Handler. I am the Housing Policy Manager at Georgia Equality. Our mission is to advance fairness, safety, and opportunity for LGBTQ Georgians and all Georgians living with HIV. I'm going to be really brief here this morning because there is a huge group of beautiful people standing behind me, and what could be a more powerful statement than that? So I'll let this group kind of speak for itself. But I want to say two things that I really want to commend DeKalb County for and commend this proclamation for. The first concerns the text of the proclamation, which I had a chance to read yesterday, and I want to say that I was really proud and wanted to acknowledge the fact that the proclamation shouts out how important it is in this moment to protect our trans and non-binary communities. At Georgia Equality, we stand with all LGBTQ people, and that means all LGBTQ people. And we have seen in this political landscape a really extreme and unprecedented rise in hatred and hostility towards trans and non-binary folks in particular. So I want to commend DeKalb County for saying we are going to stand behind trans and non-binary folks. We are not going to back down. We are going to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to thrive. Everybody. And the other thing that I just want to say is that part of Pride is also passing policies that ensure that the lives of LGBTQ people can, be supported and that they can thrive in everything that they do. So that includes, things like healthcare, things like housing, real material things that have impacts on our community's lives. And so I also want to commend DeKalb County on not just issuing proclamations, but also coming up with policy, issuing legislation that ensures that day to day our lives are protected, our lives are valued. So I wanted to say those two things and thank the county for this proclamation, and I really am excited to see DeKalb County this year and years to come continue to stand with all of its LGBTQ residents and communities. Thanks, everybody.
Madam Clerk, if you will please read in the directions for comments from the public.
The purpose of public comment is to allow the public to voice county-related requests, concerns, or opinions during the commission meeting. Speakers will only have the opportunity for one public comment per meeting. Each speaker must please complete a speaker card and present it to the clerk before the beginning of the public comment portion of the meeting. Cards turned in to the clerk from the time the general meeting is convened, generally 9 a.m., and by the beginning of public comment portion, generally following presentations on the agenda. The clerk will accept cards on a first-come, first-served basis. Prior to the clerk's call for public comment, speakers who are residents of DeKalb County shall be allowed to speak before residents of other counties are allowed to speak. Speakers will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, and public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes in length. When the buzzer sounds to indicate that time has run out, the speaker will be expected to immediately cease speaking and to yield the podium. Those who submitted speaker cards but did not speak because of the time allotment will be allowed to speak first at the next regularly scheduled commission meeting without regard to residents. Speakers should always talk directly into the microphone and begin by stating their name, full address, and the name of any organization they represent. Abusive, profane, or derogatory language, holding up signs, clapping, yelling, standing, or laying in the aisles to show support for or opposition to a speaker will not be permitted. But a show of hands or quietly standing in place will be permitted to show support for or opposition to a speaker's position.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we have some speakers that were not heard at our last meeting. I'd like to
Okay.
call those now. Gregory White.
Mr. White? All right, I'm not seeing Mr.
Don't
White.
see him? Okay. Holmes, Sandra Holmes.
Ms. Holmes? Do not see them.
Carol Hutchinson.
Ms. Hutchinson? I do not see Ms. Hutchinson.
Altonese Lynn Weaver.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. As a resident of the Transitional Housing Program at Park 500, I want to first express my gratitude for the efforts of DeKalb County to improve life for those of us that have been or are currently unhoused, as well as Resident Services Corporation. I am here today because I feel it is important for the board and the community to hear from someone with the opportunity to be a member of this program. As a program member, I am inviting you all to please come out, put your feet on the ground, come view the units, come meet other members of the program face to face, hear from the people what's really needed. Management can definitely provide you all with the logistics of what's going on there, but as program members, we can provide you with the actuality of what we actually need and where we actually currently stand in the program. Myself and many other participants feel that it is imperative for the current and future success of this program and any other similar programs throughout the state of Georgia and nationwide to succeed, that there is a forum where this board and all community leaders, housing program leaders, can hear directly from members and participants of these programs without fear of negative repercussions from anyone. Residents are still living in fear, although being grateful for the small sense of stability that we currently have. And trust me, I can tell you from experience, it is possible to live in fear and still be grateful. Grateful that you currently have a place to call home. Grateful that you have someone trying to assist you, but fearful that in the blink of an eye, you can lose it all and not knowing truly where you stand at the end of such programs. Come meet us, come greet us, come see us face to face, come view our units. We would like you to please come see us, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sue Sullivan.
Ms. Sullivan, are you here today? Yeah, we're checking overflow as well. I do not see Ms. Sullivan, though.
Dana Paul.
Miss Dana? I believe she was in overflow. Miss Dana? What was the last name?
Paul.
Paul is the last name. Thank you. I heard she was in overflow, so we might. Miss Dana Paul?
Dana Paul.
Oh, it is Dana Davis? Okay.
Oh.
Sorry about that, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dana Davis, and I live at 3102 Robin Road in Decatur. I'm here today to voice my deep concern about the growing number of animals being held at DeKalb County Animal Services while criminal cases remain pending. In April of 2024, this board took an important step by passing the cost of care resolution. It allowed the county law department to seek reimbursement for the cost of impoundment care for court-held animals until they're released from hold. These animals often come to the shelter as victims of neglect or cruelty, yet they are the ones spending months in kennels, deteriorating day by day. The cost of care petition gives the owner a choice: surrender the animals or pay for the cost of their care, which is currently being covered by taxpayers. The intent of cost of care is not to generate revenue. It's to get these animals released from lengthy holds so they can either be placed in their homes or, in some cases, euthanized when placement is not a viable option. A year later, in April of 2025, the DeKalb County Law Department stopped filing cost of care petitions. So this March, this board adopted Resolution 2026-0286, reaffirming the authorization, urging the law department to resume filing cost of care petitions and also to create a court-held dog coordinator position under both the law department and the police. Based on the court records and official updates I've reviewed, I haven't found a single cost of care petition filed since last year. I respectfully urge this board to, 1, direct departments, law, police/animal services, HR, to prioritize and fast-track this position immediately. 2, provide a clear timeline for posting the job and filling it, preferably within the next 30 days. Given today's job market, I believe DeKalb can attract a highly qualified and dedicated candidate if it offers an appealing opportunity. 3, update the public on progress at the next meeting. This June 18th, the shelter reported 94 animals were being held for court cases. The shelter leadership has previously stated that intake has risen about 30% in the past 2 years alone, and more than 9,500 animals were admitted in 2025, a record high. We also know, based on previous trends, that as we head toward the end of the summer, intake is expected to peak, adding more strain to an already overcrowded shelter and underscoring the urgency of this issue. While I am deeply grateful for the many notable improvements led by Commissioner Long-Spears and supported by this board, DeKalb's animal crisis requires ongoing action. Taxpayers deserve to have their hard-earned tax dollars spent on solutions, not ongoing inefficiency. Everyone who dedicates time to helping animals at the shelter deserves relief, and these animals deserve basic decency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rodney Helper.
Rodney
Helper.
Helpler? Rodney?
Helper, I believe that is.
Okay, I'm not seeing Rodney coming forward.
Miss Lynn Rigsby. Lynn
Miss-
Rigsby.
Miss Lynn, are you here? No, okay.
They're here.
No, I don't see them.
Okay. Regina Roberts.
Regina Roberts. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Regina Roberts. I reside at 1896 Cedar Walk Lane. I'm in the Boulder Crest, Cedar Grove area, and this morning I'd like to speak on the data center. I'm not here to oppose technology or economic development. I'm here to ask that we protect the people who already live in our communities. A data center is in industrial use. Homes, schools, churches, libraries, parks, and neighborhoods are places where families live, learn, worship, and find peace. Those uses are fundamentally different and should not only be for a data center to be 7,000 feet apart from these things. I'm not going to repeat all of the facts that so many citizens have repeated, which have been expressed. These have been legitimate reasons why we do not want data centers. Let's see. You already know all these things that we repeated over a whole year. I mean, it's been, I've been at not all, but many of the meetings, and it's the same thing over and over. So we already know that. I do ask that you consider at this stage and approve the environmental health study that Commissioner Terry has requested. The community thinks that this is crucial. So, please stand with the residents that you were elected to serve and vote to keep incompatible industrial development away from our neighborhoods. We really would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joe Faxio.
Mr. Faxio, in audience, remember, we can snap, but not loud clapping. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Joe Faxio. I stay at 1366 Dennis Drive, Decatur, Georgia. Last time I was here, I was representing the Justin Norman School of the Arts, Eastside Atlanta. We have since changed our name to Joy to Infinity. Once again, that is Joy to Infinity, as we like to call it, J2. And I wanted to come first of all and thank Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'm messing that up, Shakara Johnson, for her advocacy, because when I came here last year, you heard us, you funded us, and since then, we have over 65 kids enrolled in our free summer camp. And for those of you who don't know what we do, we expose them to the arts, we expose them to dance, theater, music, and visual arts, and this thing is free. I'm gonna say it one more time, it is free. And I also would like to thank Commissioner LaDonna Bolton, Ted Terry, and Marietta Johnson as well for engaging us in conversation, and I look forward to continuing to engage in those conversations and continue to get more support from you in the future. One last thing I want to admit, at the end of each one of our sessions, we have a showcase. So I want to invite all of you to our showcase. It is this Friday evening. We have a free ticket for each one of you commissioners. So free, once again, free. So I would love for you to come so you can see what your votes went to. And speaking of that, I want to say this. As I told you last time that I was here, I mentioned two things. One, that every dollar spent, we would be accounted for. Not a single penny has gone to anything but programming that you guys provide. I want to say that one more time. Not a single penny has gone to anything besides programs, so we thank you for your support. And this is my daughter, Aubrey Lynn Faxio. Hopefully she'll get to share her time, but last time I mentioned just the difference the arts has made in her life and her finding her voice, so much so that she filled out a card, so hopefully you'll be able to hear from you. So once again, thank you for your support. We're looking forward to more of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
Aubrey Faxio.
She's up next. Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Aubrey Lynn Faxio, and I live in 1366 Dennis Drive, and I'm representing J2. And J2 has seriously helped me grow in like a lot of different ways, especially confidence-wise, because like 3 years ago, or like before I started, I would have never even come up here to do this because my stage fright was so bad. But even after just a year of doing this, it improved so much that like I started singing for my church. I sang at family gatherings. Even sang at this restaurant one time. And seriously, it's just helped me improve so much. And the amount of exposure to different kind of things, as he said, dance, visual arts, music, and theater. I had never danced before, but this is my second year doing it, and I've improved so much from what I have had before doing this. And again, it's free, so all this exposure for free is really beneficial, and it's such a positive community, and everybody's so supportive. For an example, yesterday we had announced solos for different dances, and even the people who didn't get a solo, they were still cheering for the people who did get it, and it's just really positive, and everybody's so kind, and it's just a really good environment, and I would completely recommend sending your child there. Yeah. And, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sweetie. Thank you.
Naomi Taylor.
I'm clapping, I'm sorry.
Naomi Taylor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Naomi Taylor. I'm 13 years old, and in this fall, I will be attending Arabia Mountain High School in their visual arts pathway. This summer, I've been studying at J2 summer camp, and I just want to say that my first year here, this is my first year here as my first year there, it has been an amazing experience, and they've taught me how to be more confident in my art and show that it can be a really big beneficial part of my future. And the guests that visited our camp taught us about the entertainment industry, and since I aspire to be in the entertainment industry when I get older, it has really helped me think of bigger and brighter ways to believe in what I can achieve. So I just want to thank you for making this camp possible.
Renee Carl. Renee Carl.
Good morning, Leon.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Renee Carroll with Citizens for a Healthy and Safe Environment. Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri, Texas, Georgia, Virginia, New York, North Carolina, Iowa, Minnesota, Arizona face massive water depletion, high electricity bills, contaminated water, grid strains, utility strains, regulatory violations, NDAs, dishonesty, and a humming noise that is driving everybody crazy. The bottom line is this. Please, the moratorium that's in place, keep it in for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Ban them. Bottom line, if you all have never visited Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where Cancer Alley is, where petrochemical plants are, they keep bringing things into this black neighborhood, and it's not only black people that are dying from cancer. Drive down some of the streets in Louisiana where houses after house are dying of cancer. This is what we're trying to prevent in DeKalb County. So look at the states that don't want these data centers. AI is to surveil you and I, our generations to come. We don't want them to live with people watching every move they make. And the ones who make the rules, who's watching them? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Conrad Hayashi.
Dr. Conrad.
Hayashi.
You got it right. Thank you.
Good job.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Conrad Hayashi from Butler's Lane, and I'm with Necessary Trouble. So I want to speak on data centers from a couple of standpoints, that of public health as well as economics and security. So recently we've heard data that up to about 7 million people around the globe die from air pollution. And data centers are not clean. They also have generators, they have backup generators, They receive energy from a multitude of resources and not necessarily sustainable resources. There's no requirement for them to be using sustainable resources such as wind and solar. And they are the size of like a dozen Walmarts put together, or Sam's Clubs. I mean, we're talking huge amounts of space, and there's no requirement for them to use something like having solar paneling. Now, data centers do provide a product, enormous products. They provide a large amount of heat. They provide a large amount of particulates. They provide a large amount of noise. And they also create a degree of urban blight when we're looking at what the impact will be on our property values. And those property values are going to help raise taxes. But when people want to move away and are in fear of their real estate, this is not the way to operate. The military, when I did roughly 30 years and change with the military and as a civilian, and there are a lot of programs we use for lessons learned to track what are the best procedures, what should we be doing, how should we improve things. Among the concerns that I have as a lessons learned is if we look at the Iran, the U.S.-Israeli special military operation against Iran, they seem to have had a lot of problems with data centers in the Gulf area being hit by drones from Iran. There is every reason that if we have a lot more data centers, the way Virginia has, that it will become a target of hacking and possible other bad actor materials, which we don't want to have. We should not be providing corporate welfare to companies which are owned by millionaires, centimillionaires, and perhaps the world's first trillionaire. I've heard more about communism this last week than I have in a long time. But the way these things are operating is the antithesis of the free market. So thank you for your attention, and I hope you will support Commissioner Terry.
Thank you, sir.
The Bias Beasley.
Ms. Beasley.
Beasley, I
Good morning,
believe.
ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Valdera Baez Beasley, a 34-year resident of the Spring Valley Civic Association. We got wind of a contractor wanting to put a housing on the corner of Columbia and Snapfinger Road. As you know, if you have ever ridden down this street, how close proximity it is to busy Glenwood Road. If you have ever turned on Snapfinger Road from Columbia, you know that that left turn is too short. If you have turned on Snapfinger from Columbia from the right, you know that that turn is very treacherous, being that traffic coming from Snapfinger. So you have to hurry. I'm not sure why they want to build a house over to the left. There's no frontage there. And it certainly would not accent those four-sided brick homes that are in the area. Most importantly, it is down the street from Snapfinger Elementary, where our little children walk. The construction would be a deterrent to parents, and it's a high-traffic area. Thirdly, it is down the street from Columbia High School, where all the children are catching the buses, going back and forth. Fourthly, it is down the street from where I drive on a regular basis. And it is already too much traffic going and coming on those horrible streets that we have been forced to ride on. No, Spring Valley Civic Association, Spring Valley Subdivision, do not want this new housing construction over to the left. We have not been approached. We have a vital civic association. We have not been approached for this contractor to come into our meeting and share his concern. So no, please vote no. I know it's probably not up for discussion at this time, but I wanted to let you know this 34-year-old resident, active voter, concerned citizen, supporting commissioners do not want it. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dawn Rush.
Don Rush, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dawn, AKA Your Mom Only Better. I live on Hugh Howell Road at Rosser in Tucker, and I'm a widowed mom of 3 kids. I'm a small business owner and a DeKalb County resident for over 20 years. Instead of highlighting the obvious harm that these data centers' excessive noise, water and electricity usage, increased temperatures, and pollution will do to me and my neighbors, I'm here to remind you that the choices you make right now will create one of 2 very different futures. In one future, communities come together to slow the effects of climate change and solve the problems humanity is facing sustainably for the greater good. In another future, people just like you sell the health and safety of their communities to the very machines that will destroy the planet we depend on for our survival. And your children and your grandchildren and all of your neighbors will have to live with the reality that you chose to help extinguish life on Earth. Whatever you choose, I ask you to think of the effect you will have on human history, the big picture. Do you want to be remembered as spineless hoarders who profited from the destruction of humanity? Or will your names be revered as the brave individuals who had the power and the courage to protect people over profit? There is no middle ground. There is no justification. These data centers destroy the air, the water, the soil. They destroy economies and communities. And all they provide is an extra zero in the pockets of about a dozen billionaires. And for the rest of us, a dying planet and a surveillance state. We will not forget. We will not let your children or your grandchildren forget. History will remember you. We ask that you do what's right and serve all of humanity, not your bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosalind McIntyre.
Ms. McIntyre, good morning.
Good morning. The health and environmental study that has been requested will surely reveal the following problems with data centers. In addition to noise concerns, data centers increase electromagnetic field radiation exposure, something new and different. Do you remember the warnings about living near high-capacity power lines? The concern then, as it is now, is that increased exposure to invisible radiation of the environmental electromagnetic field. The NIH has found that frequent ongoing exposure to non-ionized radiation emitted by power lines, substations, transformers, and electrical distribution systems over time can cause cellular component and DNA damage, and have been linked to the following: childhood leukemia, brain and breast cancers, miscarriage, cognitive decline, and neurological impacts. Also noted, EMF exposure decreases with increasing distance from the source. Support for a 1-mile buffer between data centers. Data centers also increase heat, which warms air temperature of local neighborhoods, creating localized heat islands. This warming can increase land surface temperatures by up to 16 degrees Fahrenheit and raise local air temperatures by up to 4 degrees Fahrenheit, affecting areas as far as 6 miles away. The data island effect, direct and indirect, health hazards to nearby communities include heat-related illnesses such as heat stroke and cardiovascular complications, worsened air quality, ground-level ozone and smog, compounding difficulties in breathing and heightening the residents with problems with asthma, increased reliance on air conditioning instead of being able to breathe outside fresh, cool air, and again, the noise and air pollution. Commissioners, I hope you will ante up the $22,000 from your individual budgets to fund this health and environmental study. Thank you.
Deborah Wallace.
Mrs. Wallace, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Deborah Wallace from North Shore Subdivision. First, I want to thank you guys for helping out with the road repave that I asked about a month ago. I appreciate that. I'm hoping to see that sign to stop the trucks. But I am here about the data center. As a new grandmother of a 1.5-year-old and a daughter who passed away in 2010, what's happening to the environment to me is a very concern. We as baby boomers, we didn't do such a great job with helping the world get better. But goodness gracious, we got to do something for these young people. I'm in favor of that environmental story report. It needs to come out because we do not have enough information on data centers to keep pushing them out there like they're Skittles. New York Times put a story out, a video story about what's happening in Georgia. I suggest you take a look at that. It is very, very impactful as how it's affecting a community. We are a community. DeKalb County is a community. Everybody in this room is part of a community. We do not want to see stuff where there's no water, no health care, no this, no, the power is hot, the bees are dying. Let's be real. We want something to leave behind for our children so they can see that we did do something for them. I do not want my granddaughter to have asthma like her father. I do not want my granddaughter to suffer from some sort of disease that came up from something that came from a data center. Let's be real. You guys are the roadblock for this. You guys are the ones that are going to decide what's happening to the future for our children. And I would like to have my granddaughter live for as long as my Titi, who is 89 right now, live. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have time for one more
All right.
citizen, Larry Foster.
Good morning, Mr. Foster.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Larry Foster, a 48-year resident and civic activist living in unincorporated DeKalb County at 2572 Raintree Drive. Today I want to start with a question. It is this: during this time of severe discord, in almost every aspect of our national political life, what is one of the few issues upon which increasing numbers of ordinary Democrats, Republicans, and independents can agree? The answer is this: we are strongly opposed to the building of data centers, especially massive data centers, anywhere in or near large residential areas such as DeKalb County. This political fact, which you ignore at your political peril, is something you apparently realized at the very end of your most recent BOC meeting that lasted 9 hours, when you passed a resolution extending the moratorium against the creation of data centers in DeKalb County until March 2027. That measure, essential though it is simply not enough. If you're sincere about making the moratorium on data centers effective, you must put your money where your mouth is and use the limited time now available to make sure that a fully independent study that you and the very concerned public can trust to provide valid evidence be conducted so that you can determine the best interests of the public, not just the wishes of the 1% that is pushing for the rapid creation of these data centers. Will be conducted with full public input and without being rigged in favor of building data centers. We must determine what the health and impacts and environmental impacts on the public will be of the development of such centers within DeKalb County before deciding to allow any more of them to be built. And we must develop stringent and effective controls regarding when and where and if such centers are to be built. A proposal for such a study and for funding it is before you today. I urge you to pass it. Thank you for your consideration of this vital issue that will have long-term impacts and likely primarily negative ones if effective controls are not developed to limit the environmental damage that allowing large data centers in DeKalb County could have on the lives of all residents here, not just those in South DeKalb. And let me ask one other thing. Since we have so many people here who wanted to speak that will not be allowed to speak today because of the timing, I request that there be additional time allowed for a few additional comments to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. All right, so now we will go
Are y'all okay with like 10 more minutes? 3 more comments?
We have a 40-page agenda today. And these, so, I mean, if there's a motion and a second and it proves, we'll do it, but I would prefer to move on with the agenda, so we're not here for another 9 hours today. Okay. So now we'll move into our public hearing. There is one item, Madam Clerk, if you will read in the rules for in public hearing.
Citizens may speak for or against an item that is considered by law to be a zoning ordinance, and each side will have 10 minutes to present its case. Citizens may also speak for or against an item that is placed on the public hearing agenda, but is not a zoning ordinance. In that case, each side will have 5 minutes to present its case. In the event there is more than one speaker per side, speakers must divide their time in order to complete their full presentation within the 10-minute time allotment or the 5-minute time allotment. When the buzzer sounds to indicate that time has run out, the speaker will be expected to immediately cease speaking and to leave the podium area. Prior to speaking, a speaker shall complete a speaker card and present it when approaching the podium. If a speaker has any documents for the commissioners, the speaker shall provide 10 copies when approaching the podium. 7 copies are for the commissioners and the remaining copies are for the planning director, the county attorney, and the clerk. In all zoning, ordinance, and traffic calming cases.
Madam Clerk, I hate to interrupt. I just realized we have a decision-only item and not a open public hearing. So we don't need to read in the rules because it is decision only.
Okay.
I apologize,
All right.
but I didn't want to make you finish reading all that.
Thank you.
So we have the one item under planning and sustainability, item 2026-0443, Commission Districts 3 and 7, application of Optimal Consulting LLC to rezone property from R75 to RSM zoning district to allow residential homes. Good morning, Deputy Director Bragg.
Good morning, Commissioners. The staff recommendation for this item is for approval with 4 conditions, which I will read briefly. Number 1, a maximum of up to 14 single-family dwelling units. Number 2, a maximum building height of 2 stories and generally consistent with the submitted conceptual elevations. Number 3, provide a minimum 20-foot undisturbed buffer along the north and east property lines within the transitional buffer. The natural topography of the land shall be preserved and existing growth shall not be disturbed except where necessary to remove dead or diseased trees and to prevent view of the higher density development from the lower density development. And number 4, the approval of this rezone application by the Board of Commissioners has no bearing on the requirements for other regulatory approvals under the authority of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Bragg. Is there a motion?
Motion to deny.
Is there a second? And we don't have the buttons on our screen.
Second for the purpose of discussion.
Thank you. Is someone requesting to speak? Okay, Commissioner Bolton, you have requested to speak.
Yes, ma'am, and I just want to kind of remind us all about the discussion that was had previously on this item. Prior to last week's meeting, I had received support from community members, some in Spring Valley as well, that were interested in seeing this project move forward. I had met with the applicant as well as community members, but on that last meeting when we requested the deferral, I mentioned that I wanted to speak with any community members that were in opposition to the project. I did recently receive communication, and Ms. Beasley did speak this morning. So I would prefer a deferral so I could have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Beasley, and if there was anyone else that you were familiar with that could share your position on the project, because this is the first that I'm hearing of any folks not interested in seeing the project move forward. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Messiah, your first opportunity.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The gist of it is, as a commissioner, we have the responsibility to consider several factors that go into making a zoning decision on behalf of our constituents and on behalf of our community. I would argue it is our responsibility to be mindful of several factors, some of which are present and some are not. And just because a person doesn't have an opportunity, as I communicated before, to make it down to a zoning meeting doesn't mean that they are not in opposition. At one point, it had been presented as though there was full community support and there had not been related to this zoning item. In some instances, there are strain on resources. There's consideration about viability of the projects, public safety, and simple things like a failing to prove hardship, one that's related to the demographics of the land, not just on economic development. On this particular application, there was even text messages that referenced the conditions and the viability from an economic standpoint. Also, the detriment to the public and unresolved public opposition, and there were specific conditions, and at one point the applicant had provided, though there was full support, again, as I mentioned, and in having conversations with at least two of the same individuals that he had, they shared, no, they were not in full support, and at such time, there was a guarantee that the county would be responsible for maintenance of certain areas of which the applicant has no authority, no capacity, and ability to guarantee that the county would be responsible for maintaining any specific areas. Add to boot, I have been very vocal in terms of the concern where I had colleagues trying to put forth, and this applicant, I met with one of the commissioners here, where it's not in his district, before he actually met with the other two commissioners. Add to boot, there had been an agenda item introduced that would remove and add by matter of right the capacity for individuals to get a variance to reduce the square footage of homes, and our own housing czar came in and communicated some of his concerns in terms of it adversely affecting and being it taking place in South DeKalb. Well, 3 out of the 4 zoning items that were presented to the Board of Commissioners in District 3 were such a zoning item, reducing the square footage. Add to this, you have a applicant who has gone through efforts and really just wants to see this done at any means necessary. I will not be bullied. I will not be bossed. I will not be brought to do anything other than what is in the best interest of my constituency, of the people that I'm responsible for. And so when I'm consistently hearing about public safety issues and concerns, when I'm hearing about concerns about the fee that it's going to cost each year, the HOA fee, and the potential of, now we have certain things like pocket parks, which are fine in other areas, the real cost of maintaining those, and then suggesting the county's going to do it, that's just not the way that it works. Right? So I'm listening to all the concerns. I'm listening to and looking at the situation in the totality and the totality of the circumstances. What I've been hearing from the community for a while now about their concerns and issues in and around, that this developer, this applicant clearly isn't as versed in and apparently doesn't care, willing to push at any way possible to get what he wants. Even going as far as to file an ethics complaint for me doing my job. I'm always going to protect the community, and that is my focus, point blank and period. My motion is to deny this. I appreciate those in the community who have been able to come down here, including Ms. Beasley. You are heard loud and clear, as those are some of the concerns that I've had for the community as well. With that, my motion is to deny, and I thank you so much. I yield back to you, Madam P.O.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marita Davis-Johnson.
Yeah, it is my understanding from the last meeting that the Community Council and the Planning Commission approved this agenda item. Is that correct?
Yes, with conditions, and we've had that
Yeah,
before.
with conditions, okay.
We've had that before.
So, I would just like to recommend that either you can do a full cycle deferral to let it go back to the Planning Commission and the council, community council, to get the full opposition to it. I don't know if they've done it before, or in the alternative, to allow for a withdrawal rather than a denial, either one. I'm sorry.
I'm good with a withdrawal, but.
The applicant would have to request it. You yield, Commissioner Davis Johnson?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Bolton, your second opportunity.
Ms. Bragg, can you come up and just talk us through the difference between what happens with a withdrawal versus a denial?
So with a withdrawal, the applicant would have, or any other person who is interested in this property would have the opportunity to resubmit an application. However, if it's denied, there would essentially be a freeze on that parcel for 2 years, where no new application could be submitted, no matter what it looked like.
A 2-year freeze.
That's correct.
And to the applicant, I just respond yes or no, because I only got 2 minutes. Would you be willing to withdraw your application?
No. No, I would not withdraw my application. I would prefer a decision today to move forward. I'd like to reserve all my constitutional rights for the record.
Oh, thank you, sir. Commissioner, would you be willing to defer this item?
We've deferred twice and on this particular item. And now we have additional people in the community that are coming and making sure that their voices are heard as well. So I would not in this instance.
I can provide documentation that she was on the email.
Unless you're asked to speak, you cannot come to
The
the podium.
the applicant has not, the big thing is, in addition to some of the other things I mentioned, there has to be a proving of the hardship. And that is largely missing
She's on your time.
in terms of approving.
I just want to make sure you're on her time. I want to make sure she's
Okay,
with
yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to respond to her in terms of the approving of the hardship. No.
Okay. So I'm going to just withdraw my second. I don't want to deny this application because I have not had an opportunity to communicate with Ms. Beasley. And I did receive your email that you sent on Saturday, but I would like to communicate with you one-on-one about it and any other community members that you think would be interested in sharing your position. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. So now we do not have a second for the motion to deny. Is there anyone else? Okay, Commissioner Davis Johnson has seconded the motion to deny. You've yielded your time. Would you like to speak again, Commissioner Messiah? Because you do have a second opportunity, if you are wishing to.
Thank you so much. Again,
Second opportunity, if we'll get the clocks right. Thank you.
again, there are reasons that I have to consider as a commissioner. I mentioned some of the considerations. And reasons for denial of any zoning items. There are several which are allowable and under consideration. Of those particular items, my motion is to deny.
Thank you, Commissioner Messiah. Commissioner Terry, you're first. Hold on one second, Commissioner Terry. Attorney Phillips, do you need to say something?
No, I thought I was going to be called to the podium.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I was just going to ask Attorney Phillips, because just a denial is kind of rare, but over the years, if there was, we were moving in that direction, typically we would consult with the law department on sort of the appropriate way to approach that issue. And just, would you like a little more time just to review the potential options here and advise the whole board on the best approach? If that's okay, if you can answer.
I would just offer Commissioner Terry, typically, we like to speak with commissioners offline and not publicly about their perspectives and their reasoning for their perspectives. It may be helpful if we have such a discussion with the two commissioners that have spoken today, both Commissioner Messiah and Dr. Bolton. That would only require a deferral so that we could speak. I realize we're going into break. I realize that's not Commissioner Messiah's motion, but having been invited to offer this perspective, that is my perspective.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the motion on the floor is still to deny. You could also table it and have that discussion, and we could bring it back. Just throwing that out there as well.
I'm fine with that because we deny motions all the time. Not everything that comes before the Board of Commissioners in terms of zoning is going to pass. That's ridiculous to suggest that that's the case. And in not all instances is there any conversations with legal as it relates to it. I've named several different reasons in which a commissioner, an individual has to consider when it comes to denial. There's several that have been brought up and mentioned, and I completely stand on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Terry, your second opportunity.
Thank you. I would, just because, at the end of the day, this is, we do have board courtesy, but when we get into the decision of denial, that is something that affects the entire board. And so I would prefer us to table this item so that the county attorney can provide a little bit more feedback and input for the whole board to consider on the potential for denial. And I think I did hear the commissioner say that she would support a tabling. So I'd be happy to make a substitute motion to table this item.
So there's a substitute motion to table. Is there a second for that substitute motion?
Second.
All right, so now we have on the floor, Commissioner Terry has moved to table. Commissioner Bolton has seconded. Everyone who has spoken except for Commissioner Davis Johnson, has exhausted their opportunity to speak. Okay, so think we need to vote on the substitute motion to table. That motion to table carries 4-3. All right. So Commissioner Terry, your motion to table did carry. So we will bring this back up before the end of the meeting. All right. So that was our only public hearing and zoning item. There were no appeals. Appointments not requiring board action, and these are for information only. And commissioners, there is an item on page 4 that should have been under this section, so I will read that one as well. Under Chief Executive Office, item 2026-1126, all commission districts record the reappointment of Ms. Catherine Tipton to post 1 of the Animal Services Advisory Board. Commissioner Long-Spears, I'm reading into the record, but you wanted to speak?
Yes, ma'am. You can go through these two, 1126 and 1131. I just wanted to speak on those 2 items briefly.
Okay. Item 2026-1131, all commission districts record the reappointment of Ms. Sonali. I probably messed that up. I apologize. Did I get it? Okay, good. Sane Dane to post 6 of the Animal Services Advisory Board. And Commissioner Long-Spears, you had requested to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Briefly, because we have a long agenda, I just want to sincerely thank Ms. Cap Tipton for her advocacy for cats in our community. She has showed up. She has been present. She has spoke. And truly, I believe that all of our kitty friends and family members in our community really owe her for her continued advocacy. And second, Sonali, thank you so very much for all of your work and perseverance around animal services and advocacy leading. She's the chair of the Animal Services Advisory Board. So I just really wanted both of you ladies to know how much I deeply appreciate you. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. There are one more item that should have been added to this section. That's at the bottom of page 4, item 2026-1135. All commission districts appoint Nicole Jennings, excuse me, to post 8 of the DeKalb County Airport Advisory Board. Now we go into appointments that do require board action. Under Chief Executive Office, item 2026-0923, all commission districts appoint Dr. Leroy Reese, PhD, to post 6 of the DeKalb County Community Service Board, and this is a PEX item.
Thank you so much, Madam PO. My motion is to approve.
Second.
If you can hit your buttons. Thank you. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Top of page 4, item 2026-0924, appoint Dr. Lynette Wilson Phillips, MD, to post 5 of the DeKalb County Community Service Board, also PEX.
Thank you so much. My motion is to defer to the September 15th BOC with the stop in PEX pending scheduling. We're trying to get Dr. Annette Wilson Phillips scheduled to be able to join us at PEX.
Second.
Thank you so much. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Item 2026-0925, all commission districts appoint Ms. Kendra Price to post 4 of the DeKalb County Community Service Board.
Again, a motion to defer to September 15th BOC with a stop in PEX pending scheduling.
Second.
Thank you. Open the machine, please. Motion to defer carries. Item 2026-1127, appoint Shelley Bishop to post 2 of the DeKalb County Board of Family and Children's Services.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1128, appoint April Moore to post 5 of the DeKalb County Board of Family and Children's Services.
Move for action.
2026-1129, appoint Angela Chambliss to post 3 of the DeKalb County Board of Family and Children's Services.
Move for action.
And item 2026-1130, appoint Ronald Mangum to post 7 of the DeKalb County Board of Family and Children's Services.
Move for action. My motion is to defer agenda items ending in 1127, 1128, 1129, and 1130 to the September 29th BOC meeting with the stop in PEX pending scheduling. And I'm thankful that we are appointing these individuals to our Department of Family and Children's Services.
Second.
Thank you. If you open the machine for the vote. That motion to defer those items carries. We're now moving into the top of page 5, which is our consent agenda. District 2 Commissioner made me aware that 1143 has a substitute, so we will do that one separately. Are you ready, Madam Deputy Presiding Officer?
Ready.
All right. Top of page 5, under Airport, item 2026-1115, Commission Districts 1 and 6, standardized T-hanger space lease agreement with Marvin Solomon. There is no cost to the county.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1094, District 5 and Super District 7 to appropriate $500,000 from District 5 Reserve for Appropriations, $250,000 from there, and $250,000 from ARP interest to the Capital Improvement Program Fund for improvements to the Lithonia Pool Facility.
Move for action.
Excuse me. Item 2026-0702, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting of July 7th, 2026.
Move for action.
Under Human Services, item 2026-1042, acceptance of $2,500 for nutrition education from Atlanta Regional Commission Lifelong Communities Mini Grant Project.
Move for action.
Under Juvenile Court, item 2026-1062, all commission districts, approval of $66,412 FY27 Accountability Court Operating Grant for DeKalb County Juvenile Drug and Mental Health Court.
Move for action.
2026-1064, all commission districts, approval of the $95,107 FY27 Accountability Court Operating Grant for the DeKalb County Family Treatment Court.
Move for action.
Top of page 6, item 2026-1065, all commission districts, approval of the $69,680 2025 Georgia Opioid Crisis Abatement Trust Grant.
Move for action.
And item 2026-1120, all commission districts, approval to accept the FY26 grant award from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council Juvenile Incentive Grant for Juvenile Courts Commitment Alternative Program in the amount of $500,000.
Move for action, and with that, Madam Presiding Officer, I move to approve items 2026, 1115, 1094, 0702, 1042, 1062, 1064, 1065, and 1120.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second? Thank you. Please open the machine for the vote. That motion to approve the consent agenda carries. We will now go back to page 5 under District 2. There's a substitute for item 2026-1143, reallocation of $714,810 from District 2 capital reserves for improvements at Mason Mill Park.
Motion to approve item 1143, the substitute, please.
Substitute, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Terry. Please open the machine for the vote. That motion to approve carries. So I know we have 2 walk-on items, and it's been so long since I've allowed a walk-on item, I couldn't remember where to allow them. I know, they're sensitive. It's the only reason. We've been doing so good.
Yeah, I apologize.
Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning, Madam Presiding Officer. Yes, I'd like to add an item. The first item would be an easement abandonment required as a component of the settlement agreement related to the Carolyn Roundtree versus DeKalb County, Georgia civil action number 23 CV 3901. Superior Court of DeKalb County as entered on March 12th, 2026.
If I can
motion to add.
Thanks.
Second.
Thank you. Maybe we can vote on that first. We're out of practice.
Yep.
Thank you.
We're going to defer it.
Do they need to hit the buttons again? So Commissioner Long-Spears, if you'll hit your button, I think Commissioner Bolton, you seconded that motion to add an item. All right.
It says motion to approve, but as long as the clerk's good, okay.
Okay. Commissioner Patrick, there we go, that motion to add that item. So is carried. So I will reread that item. It is for an easement abandonment required as a component of the settlement agreement related to Carolyn Roundtree versus DeKalb County, Georgia, civil action number 23 CV 3901, Superior Court of DeKalb County, is entered on March 12, 2026. Mr. Williams.
Motion to approve.
Did you want?
Second.
Well, this can either be approved or it can be deferred till the 11th of August, whatever you prefer. This is something that we have discussed in the past and you've voted. This is really to ensure that the record reflects the actions that have been taken.
I'm fine with that.
All right, I'm fine with motion to approve.
Yeah.
Mhm. Thank you.
Please open machine for the vote. Motion to approve that item carries. Can I get another motion to add an item for?
So moved.
Thank you, to correct item 2026-1045.
And thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. This item is really to correct the record and ensure that we provide clarity on the item that was voted on last week, which adopted all millage rates, not only the counties, but for the cities. So this is to amend item 2026-1045 to correct Scrivener's errors. In the city of Stonecrest, there was transposed millage rates between their parks millage rate and roads and drainage. In one of the sections of the attachment, and in Pine Lake there was a Scrivener's error where there was a 0.3 mils, which should have been 0.4 mils. So this simply corrects the record. The overall millage rates that you approved were accurate. It was just some things that we caught that were transposed.
All right, thank you.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Is there a
Second.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. Seeing no request to speak on this, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Thank you so much. We are now middle of page 6, preliminary items out of the Chief Executive Office, item 2026-1132. All commission districts consent to the sublease and modification of portions of the Kirkwood Mental Health Center, Clifton Springs Mental Health Center, and Windway Mental Health Center under contract number 138000971 with DeKalb Community Service Board doing business as Claritel Behavioral Health to Genoa Healthcare LLC for use as pharmacies. Is there a motion?
Motion to defer to August 25th with a stop in PEX on August 11th.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second? Thank you. It is a PEX item. Please open machine for the vote.
Madam Presiding Officer, could those dates be repeated one more time?
Yes.
Motion to defer to August 25th, stop in PEX August 11th.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you so much. And that motion to defer carries. Under Planning and Sustainability, item 2026-1033, all commission districts, application of the Director of Planning and Sustainability for acceptance of the Livable Centers Initiative Grant from the Atlanta Regional Commission in total amount of $200,000 for the Candler Road Flat Shoals Parkway LCI Master Plan full update with a local match of $50,000 required.
Motion to defer to the August 25th meeting with a stop in PEX on August 11th.
Excuse me, Commissioners.
Yes, ma'am.
I did receive an email approval from the PEX chair on June 10th saying that she would not require this item to go to PEX because of the time sensitivity of receiving these funds from ARC and getting this project started.
The chair is absent right now, and so let me offer a substitute motion until she returns to table this item.
All right, thank you so much. Motion to table, seconded by Commissioner Patrick. Just please don't let me forget. Thank you. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to table carries. Thank you. Under Public Works, Roads and Drainage, item 2026-1046, accept the funding from the Georgia Department of Transportation for the FY 2026 Local Maintenance and Improvement Grant Program.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, motion to defer to the August 25th BOC with a prior stop at PWI.
Thank you. Motion and a second. I appreciate it. Please open the machine. Motion to defer carries. Moving to the top of page 7, these are purchasing and contracting items for the ERPS committee. Item 2020, excuse me, item 2026-1008. Renewal of contract number 2000349, background screening services for use by the Department of Human Resources and Merit System to obtain pre-employment background screenings, exercising first renewal option through September 30th, 2027, awarded to HR True Check Incorporated, amount not to exceed $689,375. I apologize.
Move for action.
Thank you. Item 2026-1049, cooperative agreement, public safety and emergency preparedness and related service for use by fire rescue to attain multi-user hardline communication system, handheld gas detector, and portable air distribution box, ratifying previously issued purchase order awarded to Safeware, Inc., amount not to exceed $215,467.
Move for action.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 2026-1050, change order number 1 to contract number 2000518, emergency ambulance services for use by the Department of Fire Rescue to obtain comprehensive 911 ambulance services, seeking to revise the contract start date to July 1st, 2026, and increase contract term through December 31st, 2031, to allow the vendor their full performance time period, awarded to Metro Ambulance Service, Inc., doing business as American Medical Response, contract term increase only.
Move for action, and with that, Madam PO, I move to defer items 1008, 1049, and 1050 until the August 25th BOC with a prior stop in ERPS.
Thank you. If you hit your button. Hit your button one more time, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Davis Johnson. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. We are now on purchasing and contracting for Ops Committee, bottom of page 7. Item 2026-0899, renewal of contract number 1384497, chiller inspection repair and preventative maintenance service for use by the Department of Facilities Management to obtain inspection, repair, and preventative maintenance services for county chillers, exercising second renewal option through July 31st, 2027, awarded to Dakin Applied Americas, amount not to exceed $400,000. Move for action. Thank you. Top of page 8. Item 2026-1006, change order number 1 to contract number 2000195, maintenance, repair, and operations, supplies, parts, equipment, materials, and related services for use by the Departments of Facilities Management, Watershed Management, Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs, Police Services, Property Appraisal and Assessment, Fire Rescue, Sanitation, Beautification, DeKalb County Emergency Management Agency, Voter Registration and Elections, and Fleet Management, seeking to add E911 and Animal Services as users to the contract and increase contract funds awarded to WW Granger, Inc., amount not to exceed $2,105,000.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1070, request for proposals number 2026-006, constituent financial empowerment services for use by the Office of the CEO to obtain home ownership counseling, financial literacy, and credit counseling for county residents and small businesses. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, Operation Hope, Inc., amount not to exceed $929,460.
Move for action. I move that 260899, 261006, 261070 be approved as approved in the Ops Committee.
All right, if you'll hit your button, and is there a second? All right, thank you so much. Seconded by Commissioner Patrick. Please open the machine for the vote. That does, a motion to approve carries. Madam Peck's chair, we did table one of your items. Are you ready to take it off the table?
I am, and that's under preliminary. I think there was 1132 and
We did 1132. We only tabled 1033.
Okay.
So if I can get a motion to take item 1033 off the table?
So moved. Second. Okay, go, anyway, go ahead.
Somebody hit some buttons. Please open the machine for the vote. I think the machines are ready for a recess as well. We're all-
Yes, they are.
They're like, y'all still going? That'd be too nice. If you guys hit your buttons again. Who made the motion? Did you, Commissioner?
Commissioner Davis Johnson, motion.
It doesn't matter. Hit some buttons, please.
Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you. All right, that motion carries. Now I will reread the item 2026-1033, application of the Director of Planning and Sustainability for acceptance of the Livable Centers Initiative Grant from the Atlanta Regional Commission in total amount of $200,000 for the Candler Road Flat Shoals Parkway LCI Master Plan full update with a local match of $50,000 required. Deputy Director Braddock.
Yes, and staff is respectfully requesting approval of this item today. Commissioner Messiah, we spoke in an email on June 10th about this item, and we let you know that because of the time sensitivity, we were requesting that it not be deferred and sent to PEX.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. If you'll hit your button.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Thank you so much. Now we will go back to middle of page 8, purchasing and contracting for PWI. Item 2026-0774, change order number 3 to contract number 2000105, Technology Product Solutions and Related Services for use by fire rescue to obtain dash cam equipment through the competitively let county Omnia contract for the purchase of dash cam equipment, related accessories, licensing and installation for emergency vehicles, seeking to add the Department of Watershed Management to the contract and increase the contract funds to purchase dash cam equipment, related accessories, installation, and 5-year license. Awarded to Carasoft Technology Corporation, amount not to exceed $1,580,587.45.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-1041, change order number 5 to contract number 125806, Stormwater Master Plan for use by Public Works, Roads and Drainage to provide stormwater master planning services, seeking increase in contract funds, scope of services, and term through June 30th, 2028, awarded to Arcadis US Inc., amount not to exceed $2,299,900.
Move for action.
Top of page 9, item 2026-1096, change order number 1 to contract number 1350451, traffic paint for use by Public Works, Roads and Drainage to obtain traffic paint, seeking increase in contract funds and term through October 31st, 2027, awarded to All States Coatings Company, total amount not to exceed $80,000.
Move for action. Motion to defer the following items to the August 25th BOC meeting with a prior stop at PWI 2026-0774, 1041, and 1096, and I have a comment.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Terry, and Commissioner Patrick, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. If someone from Public Works could come speak to this item. Just curious about the painting. I know that painting has been a priority for about 4 major roads in DeKalb County, one of those being Chambly-Tucker Road, and just want to get an understanding of, is this going to happen? Or does this get us there where our roads get painted?
All right, this contract really is for the contractor with improved thermoplastic to help us out.
Okay.
We got the paint truck that we're still training on. So this is for our corridors for the thermoplastic.
Okay. And not to put you on the spot, when this gets approved, what's the turnaround time, the notice to proceed? How long do you estimate that being?
We don't have a turnaround time yet,
Okay,
so we'll see on that one.
okay. This is such a priority, at least for District 1, that I would be comfortable if we could separate this from the motion, from the move for action and just approve this. I don't know if Zach could speak to this.
Second.
Second.
Third, I think PWI committee is good with that.
If you wouldn't mind, Zach. So we're talking about the traffic painting, thermoplasting for $80,000. And I would like to send this to committee, but this is such a priority that if this was approved today, is there a way, some assurance we can get that notice to proceed?
We will move with all due haste, Commissioner, because we too recognize the need to go on and get some streets striped. Right?
Okay. Madam, thank you, Zach. Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to restate the motion. So I'm going to make a motion to defer the following items to the August 25th BOC with a prior stop at PWI. Agenda item 2026-0774, 10 and 1041, and that's the motion to defer those items.
Those two items. Your second stands,
Second,
Commissioner
yes.
Terry. Thank you so much.
Do I need
Please
to hit
open the
motion, or
machine for the vote on that one.
are we good?
Do we need to hit the buttons again? Hit the buttons again, please. All right. Sorry. Motion to defer those two items carries.
Okay. And then, Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 2026-1096 without reading the entire item. This gets us thermoplasting on hopefully those 4 major roads we had talked about in the past for an amount not to exceed $80,000.
Second.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Patrick, you still wanted to speak?
Oh,
All right.
I said what I got to say. I got it done.
I will say, I do think that this is an item that unites the board. We all get questions about the striping timing. So as soon as we can get some striping and paint on the road, we would all be appreciative. Please open the machine for the vote.
Yay.
Sometimes it's the small things that unites us, right?
Madam Presiding Officer, if I could urge staff again, get that NT, notice to proceed, ready to go, is follow the process, but do quick.
And the good thing, this is a change order, so we're just putting more money to get it done.
Oh, thank
So we already have them ready to go. We just needed more money. We're on it.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
And thank you,
Madam Presiding Officer.
Commissioner Patrick, as chair of PWI being paying attention and pushing that one forward. We are now top of page 9, items for decision by the board. We're doing good on our time so far. Under District 1, item 2024-1237, a request for the Director of Planning and Sustainability to amend the DeKalb County Nuisance Ordinance to add a closure of chronic nuisance properties ordinance chapter. And this has been in PEX.
Okay.
Move for action.
Move for action.
You can take the next one.
Move.
The next one, too.
Okay.
Is there a companion?
So now we're on top of page 11, excuse me. Item 2024-1239, an ordinance to amend the Code of DeKalb County, Georgia as revised 1988, Chapter 18, Article 3, property maintenance to establish minimum standards for vacant property, require property owners to apply for a board-up permit and for other purposes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, as well as PEC's Chair. So these two items were introduced way back in 2024 when we were all younger people. And the agenda wasn't 40 pages long at the time. I committed that unless I could get some motion on these items that I would withdraw them. I still feel that these are valid items, and I will be reintroducing these at a later date. I'm just going to do a little more coordination with my colleagues. There are some pertinent issues out there that I think affect all of the districts. You know, vacant properties can attract other problems, and I think if we have a way to talk about maybe fencing around properties, that might be a good long-term solution, but it needs a little more rework. So motion to withdraw both of these items.
Second.
Thank you so much. All right. Commissioner Masai has requested to speak.
Thank you, and thank you so much on your thought leadership in and around these items, and the realization there's some more work wherever that comes from, to get done and to withdraw it, so that we can continue to work on it. But just thank you for your thought leadership in addressing these particular items. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Messiah. Commissioner Terry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I concur also. Appreciations to Commissioner Patrick for bringing these items forward. It is an important issue. I think the goal behind these agenda items is still there. And so let's, all work together to bring, these items or something that's similar accomplishes the same goal back as soon as possible. I know we're going towards a rule change potentially for, 3 commissioner sponsored items. So just add me as a co-sponsor so we can just keep this train running and prioritize the important issues like addressing blighted properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Seeing no other requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. That motion to withdraw carries. Look at that, that advances a couple pages.
You're welcome.
I think that removed 4 pages from our agenda. Now we're on top of, that is 10%. Now we're on top of page 13, and we were just handed a substitute for this item. Item 2025-0683, an ordinance to amend the Code of DeKalb County, Georgia, Chapter 22, Article 4 to address illegal scrap tire dumping by revising sections 22-63, 22-66, 22-67, 22-68, and 22-69, and for other purposes.
On behalf of the ERPS Committee, I move to approve the substitute for item 2025-0683.
Hallelujah. Commissioner Davis Johnson has seconded the motion to approve. Commissioner Bolton, you have requested to speak.
I just want to take a moment to again commend Commissioner Patrick and also Commissioner Davis Johnson as a co-sponsor on this item, something we have been working on as a team for over a year, or talking through in committee and amongst commissioners, and this is one of those issues that we champion and are extremely proud that we've brought a product that all of us can be happy with, that the community will benefit from, and we finally are moving it forward. Thank you to you guys, and congratulations to everyone for a new way to continue to bring DeKalb County into the 21st century.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, and thank you, Madam ERPS Chair. Also, thank you to the commissioners as well as CEO and staff. This was really a collaborative effort between all of the stakeholders up here at the governing authority. This started with an idea. Literally, a resident got out on Facebook, next door, and said, I'm walking my dogs in the neighborhood, and there is this huge pile of tires that have been dumped here. And that one complaint made it to me, and my staff started working with central staff as well as with the colleagues up here at the Board of Commissioners. I want to especially acknowledge Commissioner Davis Johnson for her support. We also brought this up as a discussion point during our retreat with the CEO's office. So when the issue is pertinent and everyone can get behind it, we can do, I think, some really truly amazing things. So again, commissioners, I just want to say thank you very much for your collaboration. Central staff, in particular, Mr. Marcus Allen, thank you very much for your stewardship on this one. This is a byproduct of everybody working together. And then again, finally, thank you to CEO Cochran Johnson. The ideas here reflect also motion on her side, that the things that she can do under her control on the administrative implementation aspects, she's working on that as well. So again, a good sign of collaboration between the executive and the legislative branches where we work together and we come up with a product that I think everyone is gonna appreciate. Final comment to make on this. Mr. Allen, the work continues. We're gonna come up with a package to introduce this to our municipal partners. And then also, if that is successful, move to our surrounding jurisdictions and talk about the idea of collaboration. At the end of the day, a mess in my neighborhood has the unfortunate ability to affect your neighborhood. And if we work together and coordinate on enforcement, we can actually do good things in our neighborhood. So anyone who had a stake in this, again, I am truly appreciative of your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open machine for the vote. Oh, Commissioner Davis Johnson, just under the wire there, ma'am.
I will be very brief. I just want to thank Commissioner Robert Patrick for his efforts on this, and also Marcus, you did an excellent job, and the central staff, we appreciate you all, and the administration. This was a collaborative effort, so thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis Johnson. Now, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve the substitute carries. That is 2 more pages out of the agenda. Minus, we're down 6 pages.
Again, you're welcome.
Top of page 15, under Commission District 2, item 2026-0596, an ordinance to regulate the restraint and transportation of animals and for other purposes, and this is ERPS.
Thank you, ma'am, and we are still having discussions on this item. Oh, move for action.
Item 2026-0728, all commission districts, an ordinance to amend the Code of DeKalb County, Georgia, Chapter 5, to regulate the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet shops.
Move for action, and with that, I move to defer these items, 0596 and 0728, to the August 25th BOC with a prior stop in ERPS.
Second.
Thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Long-Spears, you have requested to speak. You have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Items 0596 and 0728 are District 2 sponsored items. First, I want to thank all of our animal advocates for showing up at the meetings. There are maybe was a few here this morning. We heard from Dana, and continuing to advocate for the well-being of our furry friends here in DeKalb County. I will admit I am disappointed that we were unable to advance the item related to the update of the tethering ordinance prior to our recess. We're going into the hottest part of the summer. We have documentation from our Animal Services Advisory Board as well as Animal Enforcement about some of the grueling circumstances that really impact the health and safety of our furry friends. I hope, Commissioners, that we can advance the tethering update ordinance when we return from our recess. The retail sales ban ordinance, which is 0728, to Commissioner Bolton's point, there is still some work on that ordinance, but I am hopeful that we can advance that ordinance by Q3 of this year. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Long-Spears. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer those items carries. Now we're in the middle of page 16. District 3 item 2026-0550, to adopt an ordinance to amend the Code of DeKalb County to address public safety, drifting, unauthorized camping, and certain public nuisance behaviors. And this is a PEX item.
Motion to defer to the August 25th BOC meeting with a stop in PEX on August 11th.
Thank you. If you'll hit your button.
Second.
One more time. There we go. Thank you so much. Seeing no request to speak, please open machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Middle of page 17, District 6 item 2026-0244, a resolution requiring a baseline assessment of DeKalb County's health and socioeconomic environmental status and a third-party analysis of DeKalb's proposed data center regulations before issuance of a land disturbance permit for data centers. This is also a PEX item.
Motion to defer the substitute and have a comment.
Second.
Okay, let me read the substitute so we're clear on that.
Mhm.
Item 2026-0244, a resolution requiring an independent third-party health environmental study of data centers and their possible impact on DeKalb County and Board of Commissioners review of the study before DeKalb County's data center moratorium can be lifted. So that is the official reading of the substitute, and it was to defer.
To when?
Whenever the
So,
chair
yes, thank
would
you.
recommend.
The motion, well, to the August 25th BOC meeting with the stop impacts on August 11th.
Okay, I'll accept that.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Long-Spears, you seconded.
It stands, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Terry has requested to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so if the substitute, you see there's a lot of changes to the original resolution. So look forward to discussing it further in committee. The basic thought here is that once we pass this resolution, the procurement department the administration would work to put out an RFP for that study based on the guidelines that are in the resolution. Certainly through the committee process, other concerns or additions or edits can be made before final approval. And so the goal hopefully is to just recognize that the health and environmental study is actually a very large and very complicated matter. And so it deserves a chance to, go through the usual procurement process and then, potentially be awarded by the BOC. The work can be done and then come back to the commission with further recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer the substitute carries. We are now bottom of page 18. There's also a substitute for this one, item 2026-0245, to request an allocation split evenly across all commission districts to support a countywide independent third-party health and environmental study of data centers and their possible impact on the county not to exceed $150,000.
Motion to defer
Difference.
to the same date that was mentioned earlier.
I think it was August 25th.
August 25th with stop and picks. And I have a comment. The substitute.
All right, there's a motion to defer the substitute, seconded by Commissioner Long-Spears. Commissioner Terry, you have requested to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you. And again, the substitute simply changes the amount as well as the distribution of how the funds are allocated. And so look forward to discussing this in the PECS committee meeting. I'd like to offer this as an opportunity for all of us to work together to jointly fund the study. And so I just, usually these types of studies in the past have been around $100,000 to $200,000. So if $150,000 seems appropriate, we can stick with that. But we can talk about it in committee, of course. And then to put my money where my mouth is. I went ahead and put the District 6 allocation to support the study and would welcome any other commissioner to join as well as the administration. Zach, if y'all want to pitch in as well, happy to have y'all participate. But again, we can talk about that in committee when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Davis-Johnson.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to deny this allocation. First of all, it has not been discussed with me. And secondly of all, we have not discussed who would do a particular study. And so with that in mind, I would make a substitute motion to deny this item.
Is there a second for the substitute motion?
Second.
We have a substitute motion to deny by Commissioner Davis-Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Robert Patrick. Do you yield your time, Commissioner Davis-Johnson?
Yes, I do.
All right. I usually go, you've had one opportunity, Commissioner Terry. I usually try to get someone who's not spoken yet to go first, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Patrick and then you for your second opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. My preference would be that we hear from county staff first of all. We literally just approved the budget that fund, or the millage rate to fund a nearly $2 billion government organization. We're already spending a lot of money for built-in staff that's already here. They have the knowledge from planning, from land development, from fire plan review. Even the medical examiner's officer is going to, I think, be able to speak to these items. So I would rather have all of our staff come and speak to us first of all. And then if there's still a sense amongst the commissioners to spend additional money beyond what has already been discussed, then we do it. But I just feel like this is putting the cart before the horse in this case. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Thank you, and Commissioner Bolton for your first opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I did want to get clarity on why the increase from $15,000 to $150,000, because this has been on our agenda since January, and I believe the change was made yesterday and just sent out to commissioners, and we hadn't had an opportunity to discuss it. So why the change from 15 to 150,000?
Are you wanting him to answer on your time? You're good with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Briefly.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Bolton, for the question. That is an estimate based on previous studies we've done, like on housing or the small box discount retail. So
Okay.
again, like the goal was to not really discuss it here, but to go to committee and talk through those issues. So that would be my request, is not deny it, let's just go through the committee process, give it a chance to, review, and then we can come back with recommendation.
Okay. And I understand we can discuss that in committee, but it is concerning that it's been on the agenda for 6 months at 15,000, and then now it's 150,000. But my other question is, typically, we don't do agenda items requesting that our colleagues split a cost evenly. That's a discussion we just have amongst each other, and we usually get a consensus, and then we move forward with the allocation, not the request for the allocation, which an example is in the meeting last week. We talked about how we were willing, I spoke up, Commissioner Messiah spoke up, and maybe some others just saying, hey, we can move on this now. We don't need an agenda item. We can just pull from our discretionary funds. And this seems to regurgitate what was communicated in the meeting, but you declined last week for us to just go in with you and make the payment, or not make the payment, but to allocate the funds toward the project. So why the change of mind? You declined us working with you last Tuesday, but now you're asking for $22,000 from each of us today.
Thank you for the question. The $15,000 was based on Science for Georgia's proposal to do a baseline assessment. So that was the original goal, is not to do a full-fledged independent environmental health study, but to do basically a review of all the ordinances out there, in the world, to make recommendations. So the $15,000 was just for the Science for Georgia proposal, and I think that actually was rejected in the committee, IPEX committee, and so that's why the $15,000 changed.
Okay. And so with the 150,000, there is no vendor proposed. This is just, that 150 is based on other projects not related to environmental studies, but maybe other studies that have been completed in the county.
That's right. If the resolution is approved, the procurement department, Zach, would basically do their process. So it wouldn't, they would select the vendor through an RFP.
Okay. Well, I would suggest, because one, Commissioner Longspears did bring this up, I believe, on last Tuesday, about us following the process or doing things that aligns with efficiency and being effective in the work that we do. And typically, we do not do agenda items requesting allocations split between commissioners. We have conversations with our colleagues, and we discuss what that should look like, and then we come together and put forth an item where we're all supporting the initiative. So I would ask that we have the conversation with you, each of us individually, and then we together come up with how we will move forward on this item. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Messiah, your first opportunity.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and agreeing with my colleague in terms of the difference, and there being a vast difference, the willingness, at least as presented last week and as it had gone through committee, to assist with the expenditure of it. Several of us being willing to do so, realizing the importance of getting factual information so that, it's the benefit of both the Board of Commissioners, but then also the benefit of the public. The problem, just to be abundantly clear, when it came to Science for Georgia, is they admitted they were not experts on the impact. They said that they would review data and they would be willing to share data. And so it wasn't them specifically conducting the specific research that is necessary for us to make the best informed decisions for the benefit and protection of the community. So I realize that that's disappointing when people want what they want, but it's important for us to be fiscally responsible and to make sure that the monies that we're putting into studies are going the distance and achieving the aim of getting expert information that will benefit the public. So that is my position. I don't believe that, and Shannon, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, but that Science for Georgia, was that denied? Had that been denied? I didn't think that it
This is a substitute.
had been, yeah. So because when I had just heard my colleague saying that that we denied it, I just wanted to make sure that it was made clear to the public it was not something that we had denied. We had offered alternatives so that a study could be done, and in the interest of being able to do so with the most information possible, I support my colleague, Lydia Bolton here, and the communications as it relates to making sure we have the information and doing what's right and moving forward, and being able to have and get information from the administration as well. Again, it's a cooperative and collective leadership to have the best information to do what is best. I yield back to you, Madam P.O.
Thank you, and I see Commissioner Long Spears, your first opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I am strongly in favor of this study. I hope that we can collaborate and work together to advance it. I think it's in the best interest of our community members. It's the best interest of our neighborhoods. And one of the things I always say is that our jobs as commissioners, our responsibility is not always just in the present. Our responsibility is thinking 20 years ahead. And I think it's incredibly important that we have a better understanding of the health impact of data centers in our community, around the state, and around the country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. And now, second opportunities, Commissioner Terry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think what we could do, if y'all are open to it, is we can withdraw this funding item because I think ultimately the resolution to do the independent third-party health and environmental study is the main point. And if we can get to consensus on sort of the distribution of funds and honestly, Zach, at this point, we're already in the second half of the year, and so there might be some time for this resolution to be discussed. Procurement might have to take a few months. That's usually the process. So it actually might end up being a 2027 budget item, but I think we just need to take that into account. And so I'd be willing, if Commissioner Davis Johnson is willing, just to change that motion to a withdrawal, and then we'll just use the resolution as the vehicle to discuss the efficacy of the study, and then if there is a funding source, we can work that out in the resolution. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Am I responding to that?
Oh, I yield back, I'm done.
It's your opportunity to speak now, Commissioner Davis Johnson.
Okay. Yeah, I would want to deny this particular motion because secondly of all is designating an entity that I'm not familiar with. I'm just looking it up on the, I'm just looking at it on my,
The substitute doesn't designate an entity, it's,
yeah, I'm saying, yeah, his substitute. I mean, he's has identified an entity and that we haven't discussed. Well, the substitute, I'm just not getting the substitute. And so, yeah, I would deny this item for further discussion. And if he wants to bring it back, that would be his prerogative. But we presented with something that we have not discussed. Now, maybe he has discussed it with the public, but he haven't discussed it with the colleagues. Yeah, but the public doesn't vote on this. The colleagues vote on it, and we need.
Everybody, please have decorum today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Terry,
Okay.
Commissioner Terry.
Okay. So I'm going to maintain my denial is because whether it's a disgrace to you or not,
Commissioner Terry, please.
Okay.
No one interrupted you.
Yeah, I'm going to maintain my motion for denial of this, and if at any point Commissioner Terry or any other commissioner up here bring a motion to do a study, I would assume after the administration have dug into it, and we can get their information, but that's based upon the commissioner, then we can move forward. But for right now, I'm not committed. It was never discussed for me to put any funds and money as to who would do a study, how it would be done, when it would be done. That haven't been discussed. So my motion to deny stands.
Thank you for removing yourself. Please, there's no one else is requesting to speak. Please open the machine for the vote.
I'm requesting to speak.
You do not have that opportunity.
Just thought I'd ask.
Machines are open for the vote. Motion to deny fails, and that was a substitute motion. We're back to the original motion, which was to approve. If I can make a comment, Commissioner Terry, I would really support the withdrawal because I do believe that we're a little early for this type of resolution. I did not vote to deny it. I voted to not deny it, which is why we're back to the original motion. It did not carry. It didn't carry, sir, if you were paying attention. Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. So I would request a withdrawal, as you had mentioned. I would feel comfortable with a withdrawal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate
Thank
that. I apologize.
Thank you. So, because we're back to your original motion.
Oh, I never.
Go back to your original motion.
Okay, motion to withdraw.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Please hit your buttons, please. Commissioner Terry, did you hit your button? It didn't take. Thank you. Are you requesting to speak, Commissioner Davis Johnson? Thank you. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to withdraw carries. Thank you. We will revisit this when the time is more appropriate. Bottom of page 19, item 2026-0769, all commission districts, a resolution requesting the administration to establish independent civilian oversight and auditing for DeKalb County's Digital Shield Initiative and surveillance infrastructure. And this is an ERPS item.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. On behalf of the ERPS Committee, I move to defer item 2026-0769 to the August 25th BOC with a prior stop in ERPS.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Long Spears has requested to speak. You have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, thank you so much, and I'm trying hard to be brief today, so we get through this agenda. Commissioner Bolton, as the ERPS chair, can you just tell me briefly why this has, why you're suggesting a deferral? It's been active, it looks like only since May of this year. I'm just curious. I didn't attend that meeting.
This item, we haven't had additional discussion, thorough discussion recently, and there were some things that the administration wanted to add to it. I know there were some other commissioners with concerns, so the item isn't quite ready to move forward yet, but I do foresee us having another opportunity to speak to this, discuss this in committee very soon.
All right, thank you so much. Yield back.
Thank you. Commissioner Patrick?
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I do support the deferral. Commissioner Bolton, as chair of the ERPS committee, has been gracious enough to talk with a shared resident that we have that has expressed some concerns on this very topic. And so I look forward to the conversation with the administration as we get into this involving and a complicated topic. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Excuse me. Bottom of page 20, District 7 item 2026-0218, all commission districts to establish regulatory oversight of blasting operations in DeKalb County through the adoption of control blasting and safety ordinance to promote public safety, environmental protection, and community stability, and for other purposes.
On behalf of the ERPS committee, I move to defer this item to the August 25th BOC.
Second.
Prior stop in ERPS.
Motion and a second. No requests to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Bottom of page 21, item under Chief Executive Office, item 2026-1043, all commission districts. A resolution approving the issuance of the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia, taxable revenue bonds, Series 2026, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $25 million for the purpose of funding the Housing Investment Bond Program and authorizing the execution and delivery of an intergovernmental housing cooperation agreement between the county and the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia.
Can you take both of them together?
Say that again?
Take both of them together, the next one?
They're
Is there-
companion
Is
items.
there a substitute for the next one? So there's a substitute for this, so I can't do them together. Okay, but I do need to read the substitute. A resolution approving the issuance of the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia, taxable revenue bonds, Series 2026,
Thank you,
in the
kindness.
aggregate principal amount not to exceed $25 million for the purpose of funding the Housing Investment Bond Program and authorizing the execution and delivery of intergovernmental housing cooperation agreement between the county and the Housing Authority of the County of DeKalb, Georgia. Is there a motion on the substitute?
Motion to approve the substitute.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the substitute. Commissioner Terry has requested to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, Zach, I know between this item and the next item, there were a few recommended changes from the FAB committee yesterday. Is that on the second item? This one's the same, basically the same, or is there, what are the nature
I
of
believe
this?
there's one on each. On the first item, we added in the reporting requirement
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am. And on the second item, we made the
Found
adjustment
it.
in the down payment assistance program to make it inflation adjusted.
Okay, and then where is the,
Page 2 in the middle, if you're
Page
looking
2.
for the addition,
in the middle?
whereas.
Okay, so just wanted to reflect, so the addition was the chief housing officer of the county or his or her designee shall provide an annual programmatic and financial update with respect to the housing investment bond program no later than August 1st of each year to the Board of Commissioners. So Zach, that was basically sort of like an annual report.
Yes.
Report back. And then I think that Presiding Officer Johnson at the FAB committee indicated that we could do quarterly
Yes, so-
committee of the whole updates.
Yes, and that would be our intent, much like the board does with Grady, MARTA, Decide DeKalb, where you have regularly scheduled briefings. So on a quarterly basis, we would be prepared to provide that. But on an annual basis, you would have an overview of the programmatic as well as the financial implementation.
Okay, very good. And I did ask yesterday about the housing authority. Is there a vacancy on the board?
We're checking because over the last few months, as you know, we've filled two, I think, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Richardson.
So the website hasn't been updated. I think their
Right,
website
so
needs to
we'll
be
make sure
updated.
that it's updated.
Okay.
And if there are any vacancies, we will move expeditiously to get them filled. It is my understanding that commissioners are not eligible to sit on that board.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Terry. Commissioner Von Spears.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Just want to acknowledge our wonderful Chief Housing Officer, Dr. Ferguson, for bringing both of these items forward. I am so proud of the efforts and the initiatives that have been introduced to help address the housing instability challenges that we have in our county right now. While these are companion items, I just want the public to know some of the programs that he has brought to our attention that would be a good fit and align with our overall comprehensive housing strategy. The first program is Multifamily Acquisition Fund. Then we have DeKalb Housing Catalyst Multifamily Gap Financing Program. Third, DeKalb Home Start Down Payment Assistance Program. Then DeKalb Brighter Home Owner Occupied Rehabilitation Program. Next is Revived DeKalb Multifamily Blight Redevelopment Program. Then the Transitional Housing and Homelessness Program. And then lastly, the Housing Capacity Seed Fund Program. I really believe that under your leadership, Dr. Ferguson, in partnership with the full governing authority, that we will be successful with addressing these housing challenges. And I am hopeful that we can get some of these programs off of the ground sooner than later, but hopefully Q3 of this year. And I do have a little time left if you'd like to provide any comment.
No, thank you. And, and I would really like to, to thank the Board of Commissioners. I appreciate, your thoughtful feedback, your engagement on these issues as I've made the rounds and had these discussions with you. And I really have no further comment except we're just ready to get started.
Thank you, sir. Again, we appreciate you, the other members of the housing team, albeit small right now, but it'll grow.
Yeah.
The Housing Authority, our Planning Department, everybody that has, certainly our Finance Department as well, everyone that has been involved. So thank you again so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. Commissioner Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Dr. Ferguson, I know there was some conversation on what the substitutes are. Could you just, on this particular item, remind me one more time what's been changed since the initial presentation?
Yeah, so from the initial presentation, the resolution, we included within the whereas clauses the reporting element. So I'll be coming back on an annual basis to provide you an annual report on performance and progress and all of those great things. And that's in addition to the expectation of coming back quarterly with a report on progress. And then for the exhibit related to Exhibit A1, I believe for the down payment assistance program, there was a notation made that we can make adjustments to that down payment assistance program upon my discretion based upon inflation in the market. There was concern, which is valid concern, that $5,000 today is not worth the same as $5,000 tomorrow, especially when it comes to employee incentive. And so, when those types of adjustments will be made, I'll make the recommendation, and we'll come back before the Board of Commissioners to inform you of where we'd like to go.
Okay, thank you much. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve the substitute carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We are now on page 22, a companion item to what we just approved, item 2026-1044, all commission districts, a resolution authorizing the initial implementation of the DeKalb County Housing Investment Bond Program by approving the creation and implementation of various HIB initial programs. The resolution further approves the initial allocation of Affordable Housing Fund resources to support these initiatives, authorizes delegated approval authority where applicable to the primary program administrator and designated sub-program administrators for administration and project approvals consistent with adopted guidelines regarding the HIB initial programs, and authorizes initial expenditures from the Affordable Housing Fund to support operational capacity, systems development, technical services, legal services, advisory services, and homelessness services necessary to advance affordable housing production, preservation, neighborhood stabilization, and homelessness response efforts throughout DeKalb County. Still a mouthful, and I shortened it. Dr. Ferguson. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
Thank you.
No comment.
Commissioner Terry has requested to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Ferguson, so one of the things we talked about in FAB yesterday was related to the last part of the IGA related to the extended stay hotel families and the programs of how Park 500 would be implemented moving forward. And so I think what would be good, just because we have heard from some of the families at Park 500, I think it would be good if we could set up some opportunity for individual commissioners, yourself, the teams to meet with the families, really just to kind of get that feedback on how things are going and things that would make their journey, to hopefully permanent housing and affordable housing successful. And so a few of the things we talked about yesterday on the committee was related to childcare, transportation, the things that sort of are holistically about how we get folks who, might have been homeless or, functionally homeless as extended stay hotels, can be very transitional, and ensure that the program guidelines that were outlined of like 90 days and 30 days, and some of those points sometimes won't necessarily always fit, with every family, but flexibility there, but ensuring that we're having ongoing conversations with the families that we're serving in that particular program to ensure that we're always evolving, adapting, and trying to meet the needs so that the program and the funds that we invest are successful. Is that something that we can work on in the near future?
Yes, I think so. And just a couple of comments to add. I think one of the big takeaways, and the biggest takeaway from Park 500, it's a great and fantastic effort, but it is our first effort, and so we should look at it as a pilot and as an opportunity to really perfect the model as we move forward. In regards to making sure that we really kind of have a holistic and comprehensive plan around how do we support our most vulnerable residents. I absolutely agree, making sure that they have those points of intervention, such as access to transportation, access to quality childcare, being in close proximity or at least having access to job centers and things of that nature. Those are, definitely the types of things we want to strive for. So I think it would be really, really great and helpful for us to kind of, continue the conversation, continue the dialogue, especially, with our, partner agency, the Housing Authority of DeKalb County, as well as other partner public agencies out there that could potentially help and contribute to this effort. So I don't want to exclude Decatur Housing. I don't want to exclude the Housing Authority, for the city of Lithonia. I think we can all kind of come together and bring together some resources and some really good thought, thought knowledge, and also bring in the expertise of the service providers to really look at, how do we, build a true kind of holistic type of model. But absolutely, I think it'll be important for us to engage with the residents of Part 500, because that will be, part of the learning process and also a part of the process as we move forward to try to get to a better and more perfect model for doing this.
Great, thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Thank you, Dr. Ferguson. Motion to approve carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is good work for everybody. We are now top of page 23, where I am doing a time check, is 11:54. We are on page 40, so if we can go a little bit, let's see how much far we can get in like 30 minutes and then make a decision on lunch. Okay, thank you. Yeah, but we want to get this done. Again, top of page 23, under community development, item 2026-0948, update to the 2024-2028 consolidated plan for the Department of Housing and Urban Development programs, including the 2026 annual action plan, federally funded at no cost to the county.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Please open, okay, Commissioner Long-Spears, you've requested to speak.
Thank you so much. Again, I will be brief. I'm not sure if Mr. Williams or Mr. Mitchell can respond to this question. When will the application be released? It may have already been released. I've actually received this question, and it just would be helpful to know.
Oh, yes, Commissioner. Would you repeat your question again?
The application for HUD funding, when will DeKalb County release the application or the ability to apply?
We've already had the application applied to back in the April, March timeframe, and in the plan includes recommendations that we're purporting to HUD for those applicants that applied early in the year.
Okay, so there's no additional application this year for HUD funding?
Not for 2026. It's been done for 2026.
For 2027?
We started early with technical assistance workshop. People were invited in to this building to get tutorials on how to apply. They applied. We approved the applicants for the various programs. And the plan includes, on a very detailed basis, all of the applicants that are receiving funds in the application. We submit that to HUD. Your approvals today would get us to submit the plan to HUD, which delineates specifically all the agencies that got approved for our funding for 2026.
Okay, so I'm just, for example, I heard that City of Atlanta had released their application, and I think it may be closed yesterday. So there's no additional application or nothing else our partners on the ground that are addressing unhoused issues will need to keep their eyes open for?
Yes. In the February, March timeframe of 2027, HUD will give me a letter telling us how much Congress appropriated.
Okay.
And then you start the application process for the amounts allocated from Congress. And then you have until August 1st, which is...
Of 2027?
2027 to
Okay.
submit for 2027. Same thing happened for 2026. Congress gave us numbers back in the January, February timeframe. We released the application process saying, please apply. And today we're consolidating that data, shipping it to HUD for 2026.
Okay, someone had sent me, again, a question about this. And they said it was every 2 years, so it's not every 2 years, it's annual.
We do it annually.
Okay.
There are jurisdictions and municipalities in the
That do it
United
every 2
States
years.
that might do it. New York does it every 5 years, some do it every 2 years.
Okay.
But we do it annually here.
Okay. Okay, so no other applications will be due this year. I can tell people to keep their eyes peeled for next year.
That is correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yield back.
Thank you so much. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. We do have a substitute for the next item, which is item 2026-1023, to declare 26 county-owned vacant properties surplus and transfer the county's interest in the parcels of real property from DeKalb County to DeKalb Regional Land Bank Authority. And this is in PEX.
I motion to approve because it was approved out of committee. However, I do have a comment.
Approve the substitutes.
Substitute.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Long Spears. You have the floor, Commissioner Messiah.
Thank you so much, Madam PO. I will just share the emphasis in the districts that it's located in, both the commissioner districts and most notably the super district it's in. And as a District 3 commissioner, I'm going to share my concerns in terms of the ones that are located in District 3, where they are specifically located at in terms of anticipated development and desires for development. I will just, on the record, note my concerns, and I yield back to you, Madam PO.
Thank you, Commissioner Messiah. Commissioner Terry, you requested to speak. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the PEX committee moving this forward. There are a lot of these parcels in Scottsdale have been a point of concern for the neighbors in Scottsdale for many years, and so I think that's a positive because they've been basically abandoned. But hopefully this is an opportunity for some, probably some small scale development. Commissioners, you'll notice that the land sizes for these lots in Scottsdale, which is a historically redline community, has very, very small lots. And so the nature of what you might see happening in these is going to be smaller homes, just because the lots are literally like 20 feet, maybe 30 feet wide. So that's one thing to note. The only thing that I wanted to just check in with planning department on, and Rachel or Director Njoku might have a thought on this, is the Ellenwood parcel at 2234 River Road. That is valued at $334,000, and it's a 0.35 acres. And it is in the Boulder Crest overlay district. And so just curious, are y'all, presumably the land bank will be trying to seek developers for these parcels, but that one really stood out because it's a high value and it's probably the next to highest largest one on this list. So I just wanted to make sure that there's at least some conversation with the land bank about aligning what the planning department's working on with the district commissioners and sort of how the land bank, seeks potential developers in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. When you say alignment, I just want to be clear for my staff. So as we're talking about this, is it the alignments of the plans that you're looking into, the structural zoning that we are looking into? What alignment would you like us to make clear with the land bank process?
I think it would be just related to what type of development is being sought after. I mean, density,
Absolutely.
land use, all the things that would be naturally could be a zoning item eventually.
Yes.
But just because this is a property that I guess, the county's in control of, but we're sending to the land bank with the theory that we develop it. I think that's the goal coming out of the land bank.
Yes, and specifically, would you also like to see things related to housing, so as we're discussing with Dr. Ferguson?
I mean, to me, it's more just aligning with what the overlay district and the work that the long-range planning team is doing with the community.
Sure.
And so I think at this point, we're still working through, that process.
Okay.
And I think we've discussed that up here that some of the community is interested in kind of slowing things down until we can get through that small area plan process.
Okay, understood. Okay,
Yep.
okay, understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry. I see no other requests to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. The motion to approve carries. Bottom of page 23, item 2026-1051, HUD Urban County Cooperation Agreement requalification, January 1, 2027 through December 31st, 2029.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve, sorry.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Long Spears. No request to speak. Please open the machine for the vote. That motion to approve carries. Top of page 24. Item 2025-1577. All commission districts, resolution of the DeKalb County Governing Authority regarding the Charter Review Commission's report and recommended changes to the Organizational Act. Madam Ops Chair.
Recommend deferral to the 9/15/2026 Board of Commission meeting. Have a comment.
Yes, ma'am. Seconded by Commissioner Patrick. Commissioner Messiah, hit the button first, so you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I was not able to attend yesterday's special call meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair, for having the special call. And I also appreciate that it was a spirited conversation that addressed several of the concerns, some of which I have mentioned in the past. So thank you for taking those things into consideration and bringing them up. I was able to watch a large part of it and really did appreciate the spirited conversation and dialogue. Thank you. I yield back, Madam P.O.
Thank you, Commissioner Messiah. Commissioner Davis Johnson.
Thank you. I wasn't aware that you were on. I would acknowledge you. I found later that Commissioner Terry was on, and so I don't know why I wasn't told that you were.
Watching it.
Oh, you were watching it. You were not in. Okay. Yeah. So hopefully, yeah, we did a lot of work on the procedure rules on yesterday, and I wanted to thank Lee May for and Central staff on their assistance in that. We're at a point now where we're ready to move the procedure rules forward for a vote, with one exception, and now we can concentrate on the charter, finishing up the charter review recommendations. It is my intent, or I would say it is the intent of the committee that we can wrap up the charter review before the session starts in January. So we're on a good path. Again, kudos to Lee, May, and the Central staff for helping us to narrow the path to getting there. So I appreciate everyone's input and cooperation in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis Johnson. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Middle of page 25. Item 2026. Make sure I'm right. Yeah, item 2026-1024, acceptance of funds from the Atlanta Regional Commission for DeKalb Senior Services for SFY 2027. Madam Peck's chair.
Thank you so much, Madam P.O. My motion is to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. No requests to speak. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Under Public Works and Transportation, item 2026-1022, Commission Districts 4, Super District 6, to allocate $500,000 of Category B3 bicycle paths, lanes, multi-use trails, SPLOST 2 funding for the Laredo Drive Bicycle Facility.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Based on the recommendation of PWI, motion to approve.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Terry, for your second. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Middle of page 26, purchasing and contracting for the Ops Committee. Item 2026-0937, change order number 4 to contract number 11-50081, J. Katz DeKalb License and Support for use by the Department of Innovation and Technology to obtain licenses and support services of J. Katz software for the county, seeking increase in contract funds and term through December 31st, 2029, awarded to Canyon Solutions, Inc., amount not to exceed $233,178.75.
Move for action.
Thank you, ma'am. Item 2026-0945, cooperative agreement, information technology category services, multi-award schedule, contract number GS 35F0119W for use by Department of Innovation and Technology to attain license subscriptions for all Red Hat Ansible products utilized throughout the county, awarded to Emergent LLC, amount not to exceed $204,907.
Move for action.
Top of page 27, item 2026-0953, renewal of multiple contracts for on-call heating, ventilation, and air conditioning for use by the Departments of Facilities Management, Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs, Watershed Management, and Fire Rescue to provide on-call HVAC services, exercising second renewal option through July 31st, 2027, and authorizing a consent to assignment of contract 1384955 to Max Air Mechanical LLC, awarded to B&W Mechanical Contractors, Inc., Man Mechanical Company LLC, and Galgon HVAC Mechanical Services, Inc., total amount not to exceed $3,440,000.
Move for action. I make a motion that 260937, 260945, 260953 be approved as approved in the Ops Committee.
Thank you, ma'am. If you will hit your button. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Middle of page 27, item 2026-0989, change order number 2 to contract number 1343032, software and ancillary services for use by the Department of Innovation and Technology to obtain software licenses and technical support to cover all new and existing Microsoft products utilized by the county, seeking increase in contract funds and term through August 31st, 2029, awarded to SHI International Corporation, amount not to exceed $18,927,592.89.
Motion to defer to the August the 25th BOC meeting with the Stop and Ops.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Patrick, for that second. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. All right. Bottom of page 27, item 2026-0998, change order number 2 to contract number 1254433, secured signing enterprise plan for use by the Department of Innovation and Technology to obtain digital signature solutions services for the county, ratifying a previously provided contract term increase and seeking increase in contract funds and term through July 12th, 2029, awarded to Secured Signing Ltd., amount not to exceed $105,940.
Motion to approve as approved in the Ops Committee.
Thank you. Hit your button, please.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Patrick. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. All right, so let's at least get through these last two ops items and then let's take our lunch break. Item 2026-1000, change order number 1 to contract number 2000149, Fuel Master software and hardware upgrade for use by the Department of Innovation and Technology to obtain maintenance and upgrade services to the existing Fuel Master system, seeking increase in contract funds and term through December 31st, 2030, awarded to Syntech Systems, Inc., amount not to exceed $532,572.
Motion to withdraw.
To withdraw? Okay,
Yeah. As requested by the administration.
all right, understood. Hit your button, please. Seconded by Commissioner Patrick, and that is up to withdraw. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to withdraw carries. Item 2026-1061, change order number 1 to contract number 2000789, on-call heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, annual contract with 2 options to renew for use by the Department of Facilities Management, Recreation, Parks, and Cultural Affairs, Watershed Management, and Fire Rescue to provide on-call HVAC services, seeking to add human services to the contract and increase contract funds and scope to repair and/or replace condenser units at Lou Walker Senior Center, awarded to Max Air Mechanical LLC, amount not to exceed $70,000.
Motion to approve as approved in the Ops Committee.
Thank you, ma'am. Motion and a second to approve. Please open the machine for the vote. You ready for that? Okay. Missing one vote. Thank you, Commissioner Longspears. That motion to approve carries. I've had a request to remove from the table the one remaining tabled item before we break. So let's go back. If I can get a motion to,
Motion to remove from the table.
Didn't we handle that?
Second.
and yes, that was item 2026-0443,
What page, Madam?
page 2. The public hearing item. Please open the machine for that vote. It's item 2026-0443. Can you hit your second again? Yeah, thank you. Motion carries. I will reread the item. Item 2026-0443, Commission Districts 3 and Super District 7, application of Optimal Consulting LLC to rezone property from R75 to RSM zoning district to allow residential homes.
My motion is to deny, and I have a comment.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Davis Johnson. Commissioner Saya, you have the floor.
I move to deny this rezoning application in part in the grounds that the property's current zoning classification of R75 is constitutional, and denying the rezoning request does not constitute a taking without just compensation.
Thank you. Seeing no further requests to speak, please open machine for the vote. We're missing 2 votes, commissioners. That denial carries. Thank you. So it is now 12:17. Do we want to take a break for lunch until 1:30?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Second.
I got that. That's my second.
Don't tempt us with a good time.
Don't tempt us with a good time. I know, right? I'm being generous today.
We've been good.
Please
We've been
open the
good.
machine for the vote. I think it's unanimous if you just want to put a check. We're on lunch break. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
you.
Good afternoon, everybody. If I can get a motion to reconvene.
So moved.
Second.
Would you like us to hit our buttons, ma'am? Thank you.
Did she say
Yes.
Okay.
Hit your button. All right, please open that machine for the vote. All right. Commissioner Marita Davis Johnson. We are back in session. We are just completed all of the ops, purchasing and contracting items. So now we're in the middle of page 28, purchasing and contracting for the PEX committee. Item 2026-0800, change order number 1 to contract number 1367184, Sports Lighting Solutions with related technology, equipment, and services for use by Recreation Parks and Cultural Affairs to obtain LED sports lighting, seeking increase in contract funds awarded to Musco Sports Lighting LLC, amount not to exceed $270,000.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Long Spears. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Top of page 29. Item 2026-0802, change order number 1 to contract number 1347014, Geographical Information Systems Enterprise License Agreement for use by the Department of GIS to attain the use of proprietary software that allows the county the capability to create publicly accessible GIS apps, dashboards, maps, deploy software, and is fully integrated into other departmental workflows and business systems. Seeking increase in contract funds and term through November 13th, 2029. Awarded to Environmental Systems Research Institute, Inc., amount not to exceed $3.9 million.
Motion to defer to the August 25th BOC with a stop in PEX on August 11th when it comes out of audit.
Second.
Motion and a second. Thank you so much. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. This next agenda item, item 2026-0843, we do need to remove it from the agenda because it's been previously acted upon. All right, it's just a typo, so we will now go to top of page 30. Yep, thank you. Item 2026-0856, Commission Districts 2 and 6, Cooperative Agreement, Playground, Water Play, and Aquatic Equipment, Site Amenities, and Outdoor Fitness Equipment with related accessories and services for use by Recreation Parks and Cultural Affairs to replace the Fraser Row Park Playground awarded to Landscape Structures, Inc., amount not to exceed $295,533.60.
Move for action.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2026-0900, Cooperative Agreement, General Services Administration Multiple Awards Schedule for use by Recreation Parks and Cultural Affairs to attain recreation management software awarded to Civic Plus LLC, amount not to exceed $112,890.01.
Move for action.
Item 2026-1015, change order number 2 to contract number 1265085, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, one-stop operator for use by WorkSource DeKalb to attain coordination and management of workforce services as required by WIOA, seeking increase in term through September 28th, 2026, awarded to In the Door LLC, contract term increase only.
Move for action. I have a motion to approve agenda items ending in 0856, 0900, and 1015 as approved out of PEX committee.
Second.
Thank you so much. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Middle top of page 31, we're now on PWI, purchasing and contracting items.
Madam Presiding Officer, the next few items going through page 34 are all going to be moved for actions for approval, so just want to read them.
To approve.
Yeah, and page 34, 0845 will be the place where we stop.
0845.
Oh, we're going to have to take the first one separately because it's a substitute.
We have some substitutes.
It's a substitute, yes.
But we were doing so good.
We're going to start here, though.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll start. Thank you, sir. We tried.
We tried.
Item 2026-0197, all commission districts, change order number 2, the contract number 1280028, SCADA controls and instrumentation for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain SCADA software systems management services at water and wastewater treatment plants within the county, seeking increase to the contract funds awarded to Tesco Controls, Inc., amount not to exceed $5 million.
Motion to defer to the August 25th, 2026 BOC meeting with a prior stop at PWI.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Please open the machine for the vote. Okay, thank you. We're missing one. Commissioner Marita, thank you. All right, that motion to defer carries.
Okay.
Bottom of page 31, item 2026-0524, there is a substitute, a request for qualifications, number 2025-085 RFQ, design services for traffic signal operations and technology improvements in DeKalb County, PI number 0019786, for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain engineering design services for traffic signal operations and technology improvement in DeKalb County. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, KCI Technologies, Inc., amount not to exceed $693,983.80.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I'm going to make a motion to approve the substitute. And then I'm also going to ask for a staff person to just walk us through the substitute for the public's understanding.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Madam Presiding Officer. So on this item, the award changed from $636,250.24 to $293,983. Certain fees were missing, and we added those in. The funding information's been corrected to reflect $400,000 from GDOT and $236,000 from SPLOST. And so the user department recommendation is added in the form, and it's been revised to match the new award amount.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is PWI item. Can I get a second? Thank you. See no other questions. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve the substitute carries. Top of page 32, we also have a substitute for this item. Item 2026-0581, request for qualifications, number 2025-045 RFQ, rebid design services for CR 5182/Pleasantdale Road from I-85 to Tucker Norcross Road, PI number 0019623, for use by Public Works Transportation to attain engineering design services for CR 5182 Pleasantdale Road. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, Atkins Realist US Inc., amount not to exceed $2,353,614.09.
Okay. And based on the recommendation of PWI, I'm going to make a motion to approve the substitute. And then also ask for staff to come up here and speak to the change.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So the award amount has changed from $2,290,000.96 to $2,353,614.09. There were some fees missing. And then the user department recommendation was revised to align with that change.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve the substitute carries. Item 2026-0644, change order number 4 to contract number 1301526, on-call water and sewer for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain on-call services for the installation and repair of various sizes of water and sewer pipes, seeking increase in contract funds and scope of work awarded to Ruby Collins Incorporated, total amount not to exceed $21,223,442.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Top of page 33. Item 2026-0676, right-of-way mowing and maintenance services emergency for use by Public Works and Sanitation Beautification to obtain emergency right-of-way mowing and maintenance services, ratifying an emergency stopgap purchase awarded to Russell Landscaping LLC, amount not to exceed $123,930.
Move for action.
Yes. Item 2026-0680, invitation number 2025-110 ITB, North Decatur Road at Ridgewood Drive, pedestrian hybrid beacon for use by Public Works Transportation to install a pedestrian hybrid beacon crosswalk and 2 school zone flashing beacons. Recommend award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, GTG Traffic Signals LLC, amount not to exceed $110,335.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-0821, invitation number 2025-108-ITB, Stevenson Road and Valley Brook Road traffic signal for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain construction services to install 2 new traffic signals at the intersection of Valley Brook Road at Hollywood Drive. Recommend award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, R.J. Haney and Associates, Inc., amount not to exceed $441,244.
Move for action.
Page 34. Item 2026-0845, change order number 1 to contract 2000470 North Decatur Road at Parkdale traffic signal pedestrian hybrid beacon for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain construction services for installation of a new traffic signal, a pedestrian hybrid beacon, and ADA compliant concrete ramps, seeking term increase through December 31st, 2026. Awarded to Reed Wick LLC, contract term extension only.
Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I'd like to make a motion to approve the following items: 2026-0644, 0676, 0680, 0821, and 0845 as approved out of committee.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Perry.
And
Go ahead, Commissioner Patrick.
thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Just wanted to follow up on that first item, 0644. That item is over $21 million. I don't know if Director Wells is here, but maybe just for the public's benefit, just a quick rundown on what the $21 million is getting us with water and sewer funds. I will add that Mr. Lavoie Campbell's department has reviewed this item and has said it was supported through the audit process. And this ultimately works into upgrading the water and sewer system, of course, and I think there's also some special attention dedicated towards those trouble areas that we have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This item is just that. In particular, we've had a few emergencies, and during the course of responding to those, we noticed additional areas that needed to be addressed to prevent additional emergencies. That's on the water system, and also this item will help address one of the priority fix list items as far as the consent decree, which is also included in this amount, which is time sensitive, that we want to get done sooner than later.
Absolutely. Director Wells, thank you again for that explanation. Commissioners, I just want to make sure everyone knew how we're spending the money when it comes up for these spending bills. And thank you, Director Wells, for that explanation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patrick, especially when there is such a large amount of money being spent.
Especially for that one, yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Seeing no further requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve those items carries. I know don't jinx it, Commissioner Long Spears. Item 2026-0854, request for proposals number 2025-117, RFP Design Build Services for Scott Candler Water Treatment Plant, demolition and new clear wells and high service pump station for use by the Department of Watershed Management to attain design, construction, and commissioning of the new SCWTP awarded to Ruby Collins, Inc., amount not to exceed $233,810,423.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Top of page 35. Item 2026-0861, change order number 5 to contract number 1301520, on-call water and sewer services for use by the Department of Watershed Management to attain on-call water and sewer installation, repair, and emergency response services throughout the county. Seeking increase in contract funds and term through June 30th, 2027, awarded to GS Construction, Inc., amount not to exceed $18,179,733.15.
Yes. Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I make a motion to defer the following items to the August 25th BOC meeting with a prior stop at PWI. Those items are 2026-0854 and 0861.
Thank you. If you will hit your button, and do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Terry. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Middle of page 35, item 2026-0874, change order number 7 to contract number 13902-684, construction management services for Snapfinger Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant, expansion phase 2 for use by the Department of Watershed Management to obtain construction management services, seeking increase in contract funds and term through December 31st, 2026, awarded to Tetra Tech, Inc., amount not to exceed $654,042.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-0884, renewal of contract number 2000358, herbicide growth regulator services for use by Public Works Sanitation to obtain herbicide and growth regulator services throughout the county, exercising first renewal options through July 31st, 2027, awarded to American Eagle LLC, amount not to exceed $176,796.80. Top of page 36. Item 2026-0888, change order number 1 to contract number 2000057, indefinite quantity construction services for use by the Department of Watershed Management to attain rehabilitation and painting services for storage tanks, seeking increase in contract funds to repair and repaint 3 additional storage tanks, awarded to Lichty Commercial Construction, Inc., amount not to exceed $2,947,894.72.
Move for action.
Item 2026-0919, renewal of several contracts, exercising the first renewal option through September 30th, 2027, awarded to O'Reilly Auto Parts, Advanced Stores Company Incorporated, doing business as Advanced Auto Parts, Tidewater Fleet Supply LLC, doing business as T&T Parts, Inc., Parts Authority LLC, and Cummins, Inc., total amount not to exceed $450,000.
Move for action.
Top of page 37. Item 2026-0922, renewal of several contracts for lubricants, annual contract with 2 options to renew, exercising first renewal option through September 30th, 2027, awarded to Dillmore Oil Company, the McPherson Companies, and Lubrication Engineers, Inc., total amount not to exceed $820,000.
Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I make a motion to approve the following items. Agenda 2026-0874, 0884, 0888, 0919, and 0922, as approved in committee.
Thank you.
And there was one
Is there a
thing I
second?
wanted to add to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Terry.
Was
You good, Commissioner Patrick?
Yeah, I guess I am, yes.
Okay. Seeing no requests to speak, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Middle of page 37. Item 2026-0949, request for qualifications, 2025-039 RFQ design services for Michelle Obama Trail Extension from South River Trail to Flakes Mill Road for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain design services for North Fork Peachtree Creek Trail at Waldrop Road to Flakes Mill Road near Narvie Harris Elementary School. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., amount not to exceed $4,100,000.
Motion to approve.
Have we?
Second.
It is a PWI. Did it
Yeah.
come out of audit?
Oh, I'm
Are we
sorry.
good?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's on 3 and 7. My apologies.
No worries. Motion to defer to the August 25th BOC with a prior stop at PWI. This item is over the $3 million threshold, and we are waiting for Mr. Campbell's report back to us.
You will hit your
August
button.
25.
Thank you. Motion to defer. Please open the machine for the vote. Motion to defer carries. Bottom of page 37, we do have a substitute for this item. Item 2026-0950, request for qualifications, RFQ 23-500646, design services for South River Trail Phase 6 for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain design services for South River Trail Phase 6 from near Boulder Walk Drive and Entrenchment Creek to Crestdale Circle. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., amount not to exceed $3,347,105.71.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, based on the recommendation of PWI, motion to approve the substitute, and if we could have, thank you, just explain the substitute for us.
So the award amount recommendation is changing from $3,124,930.28 to the $3,347,105.71 you just described, and the user department recommendation was revised to align with that.
Perfect.
Again, missing some piece.
Commissioner Patrick, if you'll hit your button.
Yes, thank you.
And if there's a second, thank you. Seeing no other questions, please open the machine for the vote. Say that again. What was the motion? The motion was to approve
The substitute.
the substitute. Motion to approve the substitute carries. Now on to page 38, and we also have a substitute for this item. Item 2026-0951, request for qualifications, 2025-038 RFQ, design services for North Fork Peachtree Creek Trail from Fisher Trail to Chamblee Tucker Road for use by Public Works Transportation to obtain design services for North Fork Peachtree Creek Trail. Recommend award to the highest scoring proposer, Thomas and Hutton Engineering Company, amount not to exceed $1,085,164.93.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Yes, motion to approve the substitute, and if I could ask staff to explain the substitute.
All right, the recommended award amount is changing from $998,946.59 to $1,085,164.93, missing fees. And the user department recommendation was revised to align with that change.
Thank you, Director
Thank you.
Butler. Is there a second for this?
We're trying to clarify the exact, it says 1, 4, 6, and 7, is that right?
For the commission districts?
Yeah.
Yeah,
As far as I know.
Okay.
might be 1, 2.
I feel like it was
However, on
Because
the,
it starts
6, 7.
at Fisher Park.
the
District 2, if I
substitute
remember
states
correctly.
3 and 6.
I'm sorry, say again?
No.
I did not, yes, it
Yeah, it
does.
does
I
say
didn't read
that.
that part of the substitute, but it does say 3 and 6 on the substitute.
As said, though, in the description, design services for the North Fork Peachtree Creek Trail from Fisher Trail to Chambly Tucker Road, which is
No, it's
definitely
0951.
1 and 2, and I believe 6 and 7 are involved as the supers.
Okay.
So
Just make that change.
that nomenclature right there being a little off. The rest of the description is accurate.
Commissioner Patrick, I
Commissioner
believe,
Rossberry, you do have the floor. Go ahead, you requested.
okay, I believe a portion of this is in District 2.
Yes.
Okay, can you add that then to it? Did you say 2 and I didn't hear you say 2?
I did.
Okay, great. Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
As it goes, as described here, from the North Fork Peachtree Creek Trail, from Fisher Park Trail. Actually, I guess it's just Fisher Park Trail. Fisher Park's for the kids. Right?
Yes.
Fisher Trail to Chambly Tucker Road. And that starts in District 2.
Goes to
at
1.
85, and then by the time it moves up to close to Peachford and Shallowford Road, then it's in District 1, and then District 1 takes all the way up to Chambly Tucker Road. And then the supers that are included at are a segment of 6 as well as 7 and 6. But yeah, there are 4 districts that are included.
So it's 1, 2, 6, and 7.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank
All right,
you.
Commissioners, and we'll make sure you have a revised substitute that accurately reflects commission districts.
Thank you much.
In the minutes, yes. Perfect, thank you. All right, please open the machine for the vote. Motion to approve the substitute carries. Bottom of page 38, item 2026-0955, cooperative agreement, firefighting apparatus and fire service vehicles for use by Public Works Fleet Management to be used by the Department of Fire and Rescue to obtain one set-fin heavy-duty mid-mount aerial platform truck awarded to the set-fin Corporation, amount not to exceed $2,439,812.95.
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, move for action.
Yes, sir. Top of page 39. Item 2026-0976, statewide contract for public mass transit vehicles and related options, equipment, and accessories for use by Public Works Fleet Management to be used by the Department of Human Services to obtain one Starcraft All-Star 28-foot light transit vehicle awarded to Model 1 Commercial Vehicles, Inc., amount not to exceed $138,916.13.
Move for action.
Yes, sir. Item 2026-0986, renewal of contract numbers 2000028 and 29, antifreeze for use by Public Works Fleet Management to obtain antifreeze for various types of vehicles and equipment within the county. Exercising second renewal option through September 30th, 2027, and seeking consent to assignment awarded to Napa Auto Parts and Taylor Enterprises, Inc., total amount not to exceed $108,000.
Move for action.
Item 2026-0994, cooperative agreement, Class 4-8 chassis and cabs with related equipment, accessories, and services for use by Public Works Fleet Management to obtain 2 Kenworth rollback record trucks and 1 GMD C100 Charger awarded to Kenworth Truck Company doing business as MHC Kenworth, Atlanta, amount not to exceed $784,165.18.
Move for action. Madam Presiding Officer, I make a motion to approve the following items: 2026-0955, 0976, 0986, and 0994.
Thank you, and you've requested to speak. Thank you, Commissioner Terry. You have the floor.
I have, and I just want the public to understand that I know there's been a lot of conversation about eliminating property taxes and all other sorts of discussions coming out of the statewide conversation. A fire truck, as we just read right here, is $2,400,000 and change. I don't know another way to pay for it. And so if you want that level of service from your local first responders, fire, police, of course, they have their own vehicles that tend to be expensive, as well as sanitation trucks are phenomenally expensive. The reality is we have a system that's in place that handles that. And so just consider that when you hear other conversations throughout the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. And for this last agenda item that we just read, the 0994, Commissioner Terry, you had left the committee when we were working on that one, and Director Gordon missed the opportunity to celebrate that is an electric tow truck.
It is.
So I wanted to highlight that.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
An electric tow truck?
Yes.
Oh my God, we are in the future.
And you weren't even here when we got in the committee. You had left.
Oh,
already.
man.
So I needed to bring that to everybody's
All right,
attention.
I see approval though, right? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please open the machine for the vote. No, you're not test driving. Motion to approve those items carries. Page 40, everybody. Page 40. Oh, there's Director Gordon. Director Gordon, I was able to tell Commissioner Terry about your electric tow truck for you.
He said he gotta come to the front.
Are you coming up to talk to? Like what? We got 2 items, people, 2 items, and you can tell them anything you want after the meeting. Item 2026-0901, Eco Addendum. Yes, I'm sorry, that motion carries. I was ahead of myself. Item 2026-0901, Eco Addendum Green Space Restoration Cohort Stewardship Invasive Removal Training Program. Total donation value is $33,884. This is a PEX item.
Thank you so much. My motion is to approve.
Second.
Thank you. If you'll hit your buttons. Motion to approve the item. Please open machine for the vote. Motion to approve carries. Final item. Item 2026-1012, to approve an agreement between How Big Is Your Dream Foundation, Inc. and DeKalb County for $135,000 to conduct youth workshops with music, arts, diversity, and equity at Porter Sanford Performing Arts Center. The program will take place from April 6, 2026 to December 31st, 2026. Madam Peck's Chair.
Thank you so much. Gladly, motion to approve this amazing program.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Please open the machine for the vote. Couldn't hide my excitement, could I?
We did it.
Motion to approve carries. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, everybody. That was our last item. It is 2:06 p.m. We are on recess until August 11th, if I can get a
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Everybody's in favor of that one. Thank you, everybody. Hallelujah. No, we
Who said that?
The clerk's be like, I got a witness.